Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to historic Holman Stadium in Nashua, New Hampshire. It is an iffy night for baseball right now, but for the moment, the game will be on as the grounds crew here at Holman works very hard to get the field in shape after several days of rain, and we just had another bout of a harder rain between the 5 and 6 o'clock hour here. A 6 p.m. start looks like it is not about to happen between the Nashua Silver Knights and the Brockton Rocks.
I don't think it's going to happen, John Collins.
No, as you predicted, Tom.
Well, the one thing is if you look at the radar, does it give you a window to play this game? You know, they had so many rainouts that I think they're trying to force feed this game in if they can do it, or at least get a suspended game where they would, they would play another. If they start the game, then it's in the hands of the umpires. But if they do start it, John, they would suspend it so they can get a few innings in.
Mm-hmm.
But Kyle Jackson, the manager, is not here tonight. He's at a wedding. He's away on Long Island. Yep.
Long Island?
Yep. That's
okay.
from what I understand. So
not
he'll
the
be
greatest
back.
weather for a wedding either. I don't know if Long Island has the same, but
well, Long Island's going to get that. Yeah, I mean they're going to get the brunt of the tropical storm as well. So
yeah.
And all this is supposed to, dissipate later tomorrow, which might give them, if depending on how much rain has fallen to the outfield took to try to play tomorrow night. But I think they're trying to force feed this in because they just don't know what they can get in the next couple of days.
Well, that's unfortunate, Tom, for a number of reasons, including that we were going to welcome Chester Pack TV, public access from Chester, New Hampshire, and also Pemmy Baker TV from the Lakes region to join us here on Nashua TV live for tonight's Brockton versus Nashua game.
I think they'll be able to see a couple innings.
Okay.
It's not pouring out.
Yeah. And we get to see Griffin Young at least warm up in the bullpen down there.
And that's
looking live tonight.
Yeah, that's the tough part is you might have to waste a pitcher. Young is not a pitcher you really want to waste.
No, he looks imposing out there. 6'4", senior from Wheaton College, from Dover, New Hampshire, and he had quite a breaking ball working in the bullpen just a moment ago.
Young can do that. The problem is sometimes he's got to get into a little bit of a rhythm, and Young can keep the ball down, and if he can get in the same rhythm he did a year ago, that could bode well. Pitching is not. Is not the biggest problem that this team has. The biggest problem this team has is it just cannot drive in runs. Just cannot hit. Time and time again they have been given chances, and it just doesn't look as though the ball club they put together offensively can do the job, and it's too bad. Last year I think they were spoiled. They had some D1 guys play. Some upper echelon players, and I think that helped because of the fact the pandemic was going on. The FCBL was canceled. The Cape was canceled. They had no place else to play.
So, Tom, did you get the lineups? They're printed tonight. Did you get that?
No, I don't have the printed lineups.
Maybe we can get some of the staff to run a lineup into Tom King, perhaps.
I have him texted to me, but I don't have the printed lineup.
You're about to be delivered, hand-delivered.
Hand-delivered a printed lineup.
Yes.
They're practicing for when Nesson does the game, John.
Are they going to do another one?
They're going to do another one a week from Saturday. So.
Really?
I see. They are on the notes.
Yeah.
The Silver Knight notes that I saw last night that come in handy.
Nice.
Yep. And I got to give my man Mark Colley, who also works in the media relations department and does the music here. He does a great job on the road games, getting me the information, and even getting me some some file photos here and there, and always helps me out. So I got to give him a shout out because he does a great job, and Matt Wright as well with the lineups that he texts me every night. But
Brockton Rocks first place.
Exactly. Brockton and Pittsfield right now are the class of the league.
And here they are to play the, unfortunately, last place Nashua Silver Knights, as you wrote about in your article today, Tom.
It's just not a good team. It just isn't. I wish I could
9-23.
I wish I could sugarcoat it, but you are what your record says you are. And they started out the year with a bunch of players who probably couldn't, play in this league, and that was by design. They had to have guys on temporary contracts come in and take up a lot of the roster because a lot of the players that they had signed were playing in college tournaments, including the NCAA Division I playoffs. So they had a lot of guys that weren't able to make it on time, so they had to fill a roster out. And they got off to a bad start with that, and then the players started trickling in, but there was no cohesion. But you could tell, they don't seem to have, there's no one in the lineup you pitch around, that's for sure. Except for maybe Brandon Fish, who's basically showing up the college guys. Fish was a senior at Londonderry. He's going to be a freshman at Northeastern, and he's come in here and he's hitting 353. So, or 351, I think. He was 353 and went down 2 points last night. He's got an eight-game hitting streak.
Yeah.
I mean, he plays, very well at second base. This is a guy who, a kid who's coming here with, just trying to get used to things, and it's worked out for him so far. He's going to be an FCBL All-Star. There's 8 Silver Knights on the All-Star team, 4 of whom probably have All-Star numbers. The other 4 are probably on the team. They had decent numbers a week ago when the team was picked, but then during that 4-game losing streak, which is now stretched to 5, they suffered some, one bad inning, and ERA jumped from 3 to 8, things like that. So, but it's going to be interesting how they play it the rest of the season. Now they're bringing back a player from last year, John Mead, who's a DH, and he was a spark plug last year,
Sure.
and he is going to be returning to the team. In fact, when we look at the line, I don't know if he's here tonight yet. Yes, he is. He is going to be the DH tonight. So John Mead is back.
Oh, right in there in the 7th spot.
Seventh spot. So he's back. Ariel Ramos, the pitching coach, will manage the team. And Jackson is due back tomorrow, from what I understand. So had some interesting things to say about his team after last night's game. Usually Kyle Jackson will talk to the players down on the field after the game. He did not. He bolted right into the office. He texted the league director of umpires, Rob Healy, about his displeasure with what took place last night in terms of the umpiring, especially behind home plate. And it was a game, John, that featured 15 combined walks.
Wow.
And also ended up taking 3 hours. Almost 3.5 hours.
Was it a tight zone, I take it?
It was tight, then it expanded, and, expanded late in the game. So.
Yeah. That's not going to go over well with the manager who was a professional pitcher.
Right.
Kyle Jackson.
They are handing out the championship rings from a couple of players who weren't here on opening night, one of whom is down there in uniform. That would be Mead, yeah. John Mead. So they are handing them out. Joshua Bears just got a ring.
444 in the championship series. Ben Brown coming over from Brockton.
Yep. They could probably use that right now.
That was interesting, though, what you talked about last night with Kyle Jackson.
Well, a couple things that Kyle,
his office. That's inside baseball there from Tom Kim.
Well, it was. You can read it on NashvilleTelegraph.com. He had a lot of things to say, and I have more of what he had to say that I was saving up for a possible rainout story. But it looks like they're going to be playing this game. So Jack Arend, who is he managed the team in Brockton for the start of the season because their manager was coaching in a tournament with college. So he took over as manager, for interim manager for the start of the season. And he was one of the catchers on last year's ball club. Now is moved into coaching. So nice thing for these players to get their rings. They weren't able to make it opening night.
And a group photo to go
how about
with.
that? Yep.
So we do know the starting pitcher for the Brockton Rocks tonight is scheduled to be Tom Juan Watts-Brown. He's a Hanford, California native and pitches for Long Beach State.
Yeah, and he's probably wondering what the heck's it doing in 60 degrees in July in the Northeast.
What I was thinking.
Yeah.
I
mean, John, this July weather has absolutely stunk.
I know. We had summer in June, we saw some Junes like this.
We had summer in June, and that's not unusual. But we had summer in June, but then we had October in July.
Yeah.
The 4th of July weekend, to not get out of the 50s on July 3rd is absolutely absurd.
Abysmal.
It's absurd.
Yes.
It's absurd. It's absurd. It's terrible.
Yes.
Griffin Young warming up in the pen.
Uh-huh.
Comes with that 3-quarter delivery.
I couldn't help but look up the Tampa weather, Tom, because everything's Tampa now.
Yeah, I know.
Tampa.
No, it's not Tampa anymore, John. It's Champa.
Oh, my God, really?
It's Champa. Yeah.
Stop it.
How about that?
At least it's cloudy there today. It's 89. But, they got it all going on down there. But, yeah, so we're suffering through another bout of a rainy day. Chance to get this one in. Tom mentioned to me that we did a game last week, and then there was a whole bunch of rainouts. And
4 in a row. I don't think they've ever had 4 rainouts in a row. I don't think that's ever happened in the history of the franchise.
Well, yeah, not good.
Nope. Not good at all.
So we appears to be moments away from
baseball.
From baseball, yeah. They actually start this game because we're supposed to start at 6. We're 6:08 now.
Yeah, well, we get the tarp off the field, and you got the great group from the city working the field. They've done a marvelous job all season, and certainly can't complain about any lack of rain that the field has taken. And field is going to take more overnight, John Collins. It is not going to be it's not going to be pretty around here the next 30, I'd say 18 hours.
Yeah.
So
in your storied career here at Holman Stadium, Tom, just curious. I'm not talking about recently because we're both up in age now, but just to do like a first person, what's it like, feature type of story. Did you ever go down and join the grounds crew to pull the tarp?
John, how long have you known me?
I would have been shocked if you said yes.
Yeah.
I know. Like that's not in your job description.
No, it's not.
No. Manual labor.
Yep. So it's not something that I do regularly.
No.
No.
I saw one of the let's
so
say
I'd spend a day.
Yep.
It's a good idea though to spend a game day with the grounds crew on a sunny day to see what they mean. They line the field. They got to do a lot of stuff, and they have to do a lot of stuff after the game too.
Yeah, I was thinking that watching them work.
Yeah, so that's something to do. But of course, I'd probably screw things up, so it'd be difficult. Let's go over to starting lineups for Nashua. Matt Orlando is going to be playing third base. He'll lead off. Logan Ott will bat second playing center field. Brandon Fish, who we talked about from Londonderry, will play second and hit third. And now we will have our national anthem.
We're ready to play ball here at historic Holman Stadium on an overcast and rainy type of Thursday. Tom, I got to direct your attention to the Brockton roster outfielders, number 29. Is that who we think it is?
Hold on, John. Let me take a look. I need my extra pair of glasses. But yes, it is. Oh, that is. But yeah, no. Pedro was down in Brockton to watch his son play.
Pedro Martinez Jr., number 29 for the Brockton Rock.
Yes, that is him. Yeah, and Pedro was down there to watch his son play.
Is he batting 7th as a DH in this game?
Yes. So
wow,
that would be him.
Really?
Yep.
He's not here, is he, Dad? He doesn't travel with the team, especially not on a rainy Thursday. No way.
My guess would be no, but I would I would also think that Pedro. Well, I don't know about that. That Pedro would probably be here on the 17th with Nesson doing the game.
Oh boy,
that's a very. I would think that Brockton's here that day.
How about that?
So that's a possibility.
What a get that would be for Holman Stadium, huh?
Yes.
I don't think Pedro's been to Holman yet, has he?
No, I don't think he has.
Yeah, we got a lot of famous Red Sox come here. Jim Rice Knight comes to mind, but that would be another Hall of Famer from the Red Sox to make an appearance here at Holman if in fact that happens.
Yes,
his son is about to bat in this game, though, folks. Stay tuned. Leading off for the Brockton Rocks will be center fielder Bryson Hernandez to face big Griffin Young out of Dover, New Hampshire, the right-hander.
John Collins, I am going to go down on the field right now while the rain is not that bad to take a couple of photos. So I will be back probably after the second inning.
All right, good luck, Tom. We'll see you right back here. First pitch of the ball game is a fastball fouled off to the left. So going right after the hitter and going right after the pitch. Griffin Young and Bryson Hernandez dueling here. The count is 0-1. Pretty good fastball there from Griffin on the outer half. That one's down the middle, or kind of jammed him. Charging in to make the play on 2 high hops. Nashua shortstop Hyzak makes a nice play. And 2 pitches going right in, pumping it into the zone. 1 up, 1 down here in the Brockton first. Tale of 2 teams in the past 10 games. Brockton is 7-3, and the Silver Knights 3-7. Trying to turn that around. First pitch misses, fastball away to the Rocks left fielder, Jake Studley. Batting top of the first inning, rips it to left, a high rising shot. It's going to go off the wall on the fly. He's going to try for 2. It's a great throw to second and slides around the tag. A throw from the wall by the Silver Knights left fielder. McNamara with a great throw considering how far away he was, and if it was right on the base, Studley probably would have been out. But he slid to the outfield side. The throw came just on the inside of the base toward the mound, and that was the difference for Studley to slide in safely around the tag of Brandon Fish at second base. Did all he could with it. So really solid contact there by Studley, driving the ball to the wall. Had he more of a launch angle to it, that probably would have climbed on out of here. Looked like hit the bottom of the billboard out there in straightaway left. McNamara had a pretty good first step on it, but it was just a lot of velocity on that drive. So 1 out and 1 runner in scoring position for the Rocks, and that's a fastball over the outside corner for strike 1 to the 3-hitter for Brockton, Luca Danos, the shortstop. Trying to trade places with Studley at second base, who showed his ability to catch up to that velocity on the fastball from Griffin Young, who slings another one, same spot, strike 2, filling up the zone on all 3 of the first 3 hitters for Brockton. Griffin Young not really messing around here. He's pumping fastballs into the zone and challenging these Brockton hitters. Studley was equal to the challenge, taking a healthy lead off of second base. And the 1-2 pitch is on the way. That's well outside. Gloved nicely by Greg Bozzo, the starting catcher for the Silver Knights out of Northeastern University. A good target back there at 6 feet and 205. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Timeout is called as Danos wants to do some housekeeping in the right-handed batter's box. For the moment, just the lightest of rain falling here at Holman Stadium, but we're told that the radar is not all that promising. There's a breaking ball away. Danos does not chase, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. So a good duel here between Silver Knights starter Griffin Young and 3-hitter Luca Danos. Checks the runner at second and comes to the plate. High hop to shortstop, throwing on the run. Hisack, nicely done. Both outs in the inning on high choppers to the shortstop. Handled by Hisack smoothly. So, man at third base now, and 2 down for the cleanup hitter Justin Reimer. Second baseman for Brockton. Don't see too many cleanup hitters that play second base, but Reimer, Justin, is filling that bill. Another right-handed batter to face Griffin Young, trying to drive home the run from third with 2 out. Ground ball off the plate, and it's going to be 3 for 3 to Hisack. He makes the throw just in time. A quarter step, but gets the job done. 3 high chopper ground outs to the Silver Knights shortstop, Connor Hisack of Goffstown, New Hampshire, teaming up with Griffin Young of Dover, New Hampshire, to retire Brockton and strand a runner at third base. So we go to the bottom of the first inning. The Silver Knights' first opportunity to bat against the right-hander from Long Beach State University. The starting pitcher for the Brockton Rocks, Juaron Watts-Brown. Juaron, 6'2", 175, not the most powerfully built right-handed pitcher, but sure you're about to see some live arm action here. Futures Collegiate Baseball League, the standings leader. 8 teams in the league. Brockton Rocks atop everybody with a record of 20-11. They've won 7 of their last 10 as they take the field here at Holman Stadium, a field that the grounds crew worked so hard to get into playing shape tonight. And on those 3 ground balls to Connor Hisack, the infield played perfectly, it appeared. No soggy bounces that would have kept the ball from getting to Hisack in time to retire the speedy cleanup hitter Justin Reimer. So the Silver Knights will send to the plate here in the bottom of the first inning Matt Orlando, Logan Ott, and Brandon Fish scheduled to bat. 1, 2, 3. Silver Knights manager Kyle Jackson on the road. Family wedding in New York, and Ariel Ramos, the pitching coach, will be at the helm and at third base, coaching the base runners and giving out signs during this scheduled 9-inning contest. We do hope we can get it in as Watts-Brown completes his warm-up tosses. An over-the-top type of delivery. So from the University of Maryland, Matt Orlando, Silver Knights third baseman, looking at his first delivery, and it's a high fastball, maybe on the upper inner corner of the zone, perhaps. And he fights it off. Foul ball, strike one. Warren Watts Brown with a live arm, a very over-the-top delivery, and brings it pretty good. That one misses outside for ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike. You would think that just based on the first 2 pitches, Watts Brown qualifies as a flamethrower with that fastball. And he throws it right the knees, bottom of the zone, gets ahead in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Matt Orlando. Trying to get used to that delivery. This is the first game of the season between Brockton and the Silver Knights. That curveball doesn't quite make it back down into the strike zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Matt Orlando trying to keep those batting gloves dry and get ready for this next delivery as Watts Brown works quickly, and Matt carves that off to the right. Foul ball will do the 2-2 pitch again. Good command there at top speed from Warren, the right-hander, painting the inside corner with that pitch that Orlando fought off. That one's in the dirt, so the count's gone full. Matt Orlando has seen about 6 pitches in this at-bat already. Trying to get on board for Logan Ott, who's on deck. The payoff pitch fouled back to the screen. That might have been just up and out of the zone. But Matt Orlando keyed in on the fastball, trying to pull his hands in and shorten his stride and get on top of that ball. Brockton Rocks playing Orlando straight away at all positions. Ground ball toward the middle. Scooped up by the shortstop, Danos, and he makes the play. So all 4 outs so far in this game. 6-3, ground balls to the shortstops for either team. Logan Ott with his first at-bat and first look tonight at Warren Watts Brown. Left-handed hitting Logan Ott. Jammed, kind of a swinging bunt the other way. Throw on the run and nicely done. The third baseman for Brockton, flawless on that one. Lapham charging the ball. It was hit just hard enough so it got to him at about the lip of the grass over there in front of third base, and he made it a throw in one smooth, continuous motion, picked it up and flung it across the diamond just in time to get the hustling Logan Ott. So finally got a ground out not at the shortstop. 2 outs. The 3-hitter is Brandon Fish. He looks at a fastball in the inside corner for strike 1. In between batters, Warren Watts Brown ran toward the dugout and got a bright red rosin bag that he's got now behind him on the mound, trying to keep his fingers dry. Apparently it worked there because he spins one on the outside corner, and it's 0-2 to Brandon Fish, fighting to stay alive. No waste pitch there from Watts Brown. He came right down Broadway with the fastball, and Brandon just got a piece of it. Kind of maybe got surprised by how good a pitch that was to hit on 0-2. Fouls over our left shoulder off the facade and almost back onto the field as it goes down into the MVP seating beside the Brockton dugout on the fly. Pumping the zone with these strikes is going to check with the third base umpire, and I think that's the right call. No swing. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fish did manage to hold up on the low pitch. A rare pitch out of the zone for Watts Brown, who kicks and delivers the 1-2. Curveball, strike 3. A backdoor curve, kind of on the upper outer part of the zone. An impressive first inning for the Brockton right-hander, Warren Watts Brown. He retires the Silver Knights 1-2-3, including a strikeout looking. So we go to the top of the second, and the Brockton Rocks We'll have the 5, 6, 7 hitters due up to face Griffin Young. Our camera crew tonight, Tyler Thompson and Jim McLean, manning the lens. Not much of a breeze affecting the flag in left center field. Not expecting the ball really to fly out of the yard tonight, but certainly was an impressive strike of a double off the left field wall on the fly by Jacob Studley in the top half of the first inning as he connected perfectly with a Griffin Young fastball to give us the game's only hit so far, a ringing double off the left field wall. Otherwise, 5 ground outs and a strikeout. We're 0-0 as we go to the top of the second inning. Biggest puddle that anybody has to deal with as a result of today's rains. In front of the Brockton dugout, there's a couple of big ones, and that might even factor in the game if somebody hits a foul pop over that way. Definitely a spot where infielders can get to on high pop-ups, but they're going to have to navigate their way in or around that big puddle. Another rosin bag comes back out onto the field. Might be the same one that Warren Watts-Brown used in his half inning. We'll see if that helps Griffin Young at all. He puts it well behind the mound. Looks like he doesn't even plan to use it. Stephen Loden is the leadoff batter for Brockton here in the top of the second. The big first baseman, left-handed hitter, looks at a ball away from Griffin Young. Looked like he went with a changeup there, something off speed to Loden. And the 1-0 pitch on the inside corner, right around the hands, actually. No cookie there for Loden, who is from Lower Gwinnett, Pennsylvania. Lower Gwinnett. Gwynedd. Never heard of it until right now. He's a sophomore at Florida Atlantic University. So trying to work him away with the soft stuff and maybe bust him in, but meanwhile, Griffin Young behind 3-1 to the hitter, Stephen Loden. And the pitch grounded to the second baseman, and Fish makes the play rather easily. 1 up, 1 down in the Brockton second. A 3-1 fastball. It looked like it got a big piece of the plate there, but not able to get the barrel out in front. Loden got jammed and grounded it weakly to second. So 1 up, 1 down, and here's Tommy Lapham, the Rocks' third baseman. No score in the game, top of the second. Move to bunt, took a strike over the inside corner. Kind of grimaced at the ump like he didn't agree with the call and that he would have bunted if it was a strike. The 0-1 pitch. That's no, I was going to say the outside corner, but he missed apparently with some tail on it. 1-1 is the count. Both pitchers, starting pitchers, working quickly. Getting it, getting the sign, and throwing it. Not leaving the rubber. That's well outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Tommy Lapham awaiting the 2-1 from Griffin Young. Ground ball through the mound and behind second. Connor Heisack is getting it done at shortstop tonight so far. Smooth on every chance. 2 outs in the second inning for the Rocks. And here is Pedro Martinez Jr., Hall of Famer for the Red Sox. Pedro Martinez's son, right-handed batter, batting here at Holman Stadium for the first time that we know of against Griffin Young. Trying to start something with 2 outs and nobody on in the top of the second inning. The 1-0 pitch. on the inside corner. Pedro probably looking for something he could drive there at 1-0. He didn't get it on that pitch. The 1-1 is on the way. That's a ball low, apparently. Definitely over the plate, but down according to the home plate umpire. Griffin Young operating on the far first base side of the rubber. Probably has better footing over there, maybe a little bit drier turf or dirt. Throws that one at the feet of Pedro Martinez Jr., and now it's a 3-ball, 1-strike count. He did induce a ground out by Stephen Loden to start this inning on a 3-1 pitch. See what Pedro Jr. can do with it. Ground ball foul, so it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's where you wonder if Pedro Sr. got a chance to throw to his son a lot as a child. And Pedro was getting paid big bucks to pitch professionally. That would have been some kind of batting practice pitcher. If he got to face his dad at all, might have broke that bat. Asking for a new piece of lumber as he goes back toward the dugout, and the ball boy will come out and reload the umpire's pockets with some dry pills as we go 3-2 again. Pedro Martinez Jr. with a new bat to work with against Griffin Young. Quite a duel here. Pedro Jr., the 7th batter in the order. Young trying to come up with a 1-2-3 inning. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Ground ball left side, slowly hit. Charged by Lapham across the diamond on a bounce. Doesn't get there. And Pedro Jr. is going to end up at second base. A tough play. A bouncer to first base. And it turns into an errant throw. It's probably going to go as a Silver Knights error, and it is. It also goes as the 2nd hit of the game. So it's a base hit and an error on the throw that allowed Pedro Martinez Jr. to go to second with 2 out. Matt Orlando charging that one for all he was worth. And over at first base, Perkins not able to come up with it. The 8-hitter now for the Brockton Rocks. McKenna, mighty cut there, but hits it the other way. Ryan McKenna from the College of William and Mary trying to drive home the runner from second with 2 out. And Young just pumps that fastball by him. 0-2 the count. Ryan McKenna, native of Belmead, New Jersey, against Dover, New Hampshire native Griffin Young on the mound for the Silver Knights, trying to get out of this inning unscathed. He's 1 strike away from doing that. Took a lot off. It goes to the backstop. A springy bounce with Pedro Jr. on third now with 2 out. Infield single, errant throw, and now a wild pitch puts Brockton's lead runner, only runner at third base with 2 outs. Griffin Young towing the rubber from the stretch, trying to come up with an out pitch here on Ryan McKenna, the number 8 hitter in the lineup, with an opportunity to drive home the game's first run. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and Young reaching back for some extra velocity on that one. Too tough to catch up to at the letters. And a strikeout ends the threat. Pedro Jr. left at third base. We go to the bottom of the 2nd, and it's 0-0 here at historic Holman Stadium on Nashua ETV. In the bottom of the 2nd inning, the Nashua Silver Knights will send Connor Hysack, Nick Perkins, and Shane McNamara to the dish. The 4, 5, 6 hitters. After an impressive Bottom of the first inning by starting pitcher for the Brockton Rocks, Holman Watts-Brown. Showing a live arm with great command and certainly aggression, going right after all of the hitters with strike after strike, pumping the zone even on 0-2 counts. First pitch swinging up the silo it goes. Connor Heisack pops it up to the right side, and the first baseman just a couple of steps to his right for Brockton. Stephen Loden gloves it. One up, one pitch, and one down here in the Silver Knights' second inning. Nick Perkins, the Silver Knights' first baseman. Strike called. And ready to throw it again already. Watts-Brown fires low into the dirt. Or mud, I should say, at this point. Clay. It's damp. But we're playing ball here on a night when it was iffy to start. Swung on and missed. That might have been some kind of a splitter or an off-speed pitch. Perkins pulled off of it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fastball's low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now Watts-Brown slowing himself down a little bit, but only a little bit. Fires strike 3. Another kind of a splitter looking thing that just dived below the knees. Second strikeout of the game for Watts-Brown. And Shane McNamara trying to start things with 2 out in the bottom of the second. Scoreless game. A couple of impressive starts to their starts for Griffin Young and Watts-Brown. Warren fires a strike. I don't think he's thrown 2 balls in a row. The 1-1 pitch to Shane McNamara. Up and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. Two one, 2 out. Strike on the inside corner. Some umpires in the stands don't agree with the call. Or maybe it was from the dugout. I heard that. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 out. The pitch. Inside out swing. Kind of a loopy liner right to the left fielder, though. Hardly having to move was Studley. And Jacob makes the catch for the 3rd out. Another 1-2-3 inning for Warren Watts-Brown. An economy of pitches, too. Has faced the minimum through 2. And we go to the top of the 3rd in a 0-0 contest here at historic Holman Stadium. Outfielder John Meade, who is back on the team, played 32 games with the Silver Knights in 2020. Had a .345 average last year, 3rd on a very good Silver Knights team in 2020, and he is back. He is inserted into the lineup as a DH batting 7th, and he will get leadoff duty in the bottom of the 3rd once we do get there. Right now, Griffin Young trying to keep the game right where it is at 0-0 as he warms up before the start of top 3. Brandon Fish, who's at the 3 spot in the Silver Knights order, got caught looking his first time up. He's got a hit streak going. Single and 2 walks last night. Brandon Fish, Silver Knights' 2nd baseman. You can see him standing out there behind Connor Heisack in the short center field grass. He has an 8 consecutive game hitting streak going, so hopefully he'll get number 9 tonight. Up against a tough pitcher in Warren Watts-Brown, who's perfect through 2. So here's Alex Reynolds, the number 9 hitter and catcher for the Rocks. draws leadoff duty, and then it'll be back to the top of the order. And Bryson Hernandez and Jake Studley, who hit that hard double to left, he's due up third in this inning. So gate is wide open in right field, and they're going to have to close it before we resume play as Kyle Hannon trots out there.
That's Triple Alley, created by the Rocks owner, Chris English.
Chris English. Memorial Triples Alley.
That's what he designed it.
Yep, I like it.
Designed it when the Pride first arrived, and a couple of changes to the stadium, and then 5 years later they did the major renovation. But they did the outfield and put in the brick wall, I think, right away. If I remember right.
Yeah. Who left that gate open?
Might have flown.
Was it open the whole game?
No, I don't think so. It might have flown open.
Yeah, it might have floated.
Wind. It's not raining that hard out, as you can tell. I mean, it's
we'll
a
take
little drizzle here and
it
there.
this way. It
started to pick up a little bit, and then it laid off. So the thinking is that they can at least get 5 in for an official game.
So in search of a 1-2-3 inning here is Griffin Young. He almost had it last inning, but Pedro Martinez Jr., Tom, got credited for an infield single on that. So he's 1 for 1.
Yeah.
Alex Reynolds batting 9 in the order for Brockton. Key at bat here, if he can get on base, it would bode well with the top of the order due up. And he is ahead in the count firmly. 3 balls and no strikes. This one is going to be right down Broadway, you would expect. And it is.
And it is.
He needs a couple more of those. Got to make the 9-hitter earn his way on, you would think.
Well, one of the reasons they're adamant about trying to get tonight in, is the Nesson game is the 17th. They won't double up on that day. They really can't. And then
Chris Kleiner with that.
And then,
catch,
yeah,
giving it away.
And then another game in Brockton. I think Brockton's last appearance here is already a doubleheader.
Scott Kleiner, made the play in the stands. Strike 3. Great comeback in that at bat there by Griffin Young to record the strikeout.
No doubt about it. You get the strikeout. John, you know what? There's nobody in the stands because of the weather, but the suites are pretty full.
Really?
Yes.
You got a good look from the front.
Oh yeah, and they're sitting outside. But the suites have had a remarkable season.
Nice.
I think last night was the first night that I saw them basically empty. There was one corner suite used. Mostly it's, and of course this isn't always the greatest week for attendance because of the fact it's the week of it's a big vacation week with the 4th of July and everything else.
Yeah.
So I don't think I've ever seen a team here at Holman do well that week. This type of week, but the suites, boy, I'll tell you, that's the place to be right now.
Somebody's going out the gate. Gate's a factor again. I got a kick out of the fact.
Oh, look at this. Yeah, exactly.
I got a kick out of the fact there's a pitcher in the bullpen for the Silver Knights. He's sitting on the guy closest to the field. He's got, I think that's a glove to his right there on the dirt.
Yep.
The cart's going out there, and he didn't even reach over and pick it up. He made the cart go around it. And you can see the tire track. It's like right next to it.
I see it.
Yeah.
College, college kids, John.
Yeah, huh?
You know?
No, I would have moved my glove, the chair. No.
College kids.
Go around me.
College kids.
Yeah. The pitch is down. 1 ball and no strikes, and suddenly Griffin Young with some control problems here. He was able to overcome it to the first batter, but he falls behind the lead-up hitter in the lineup. Bryson Hernandez ground out to shortstop his first time up. 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, Griffin Young getting into a little bit of a bad habit of falling behind the hitters early in the count.
I don't think he's so comfortable with the footing out there.
No, he's not.
The 2-0.
This is the second straight Thursday night that I've covered a game in the rain.
Ping.
Did a Legion game last Thursday where they managed it masterfully. Merrimack against Sweeney Post, and they went.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Merrimack said, they were thinking of not playing, but Sweeney had already beaten them to the ballpark, or to the field at Merrimack High School. So they decided to play it, and it was a little bit of a steady rain, or it was a light rain. and it affected the mound a little bit. But then it picked up a little bit. Merrimack got enough runs to take a lead, and Mike Hensley, the manager, looked up at the sky and said, "Where's my downpour?" 5 minutes later, the heavens opened, and they got the official game in. They got the win, the whole bit. Managed it perfectly. Here, we are in the top of the third, hoping to get 5 in, maybe even more. There's a base hit.
Bryson Hernandez goes the other way with a hard-struck ground ball. It finds the shortstop hole, and he's aboard.
And again, John, he could do whatever he wanted. He was ahead in the count 3-1, and that's the danger of falling behind, as Griffin Young has done.
Jacob Studley hit Griffin Young hard his first and only time up tonight. He lined one off the left field wall on the fly. Got a hold of a fastball and just got that barrel out in front. See what happens here. Young fires a fastball, but low. 1 ball and no strikes. And I think it was a 1-0 pitch that Studley hit off the wall and left. Let's see what he gets here. Thinking change up away. The 1-0. That's up and away, the fastball. 2 balls and no strikes. A moist Holman Stadium right now, but we are playing ball, thankful for it. Grounds crew did a nice job keeping the puddles off the field. There's a strike at the top of the zone. I don't think Studley liked that call very much, but it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 3 hits for Brockton. 1 extra base hit by this batter right here, Jake Studley. Pitch. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Again, I notice it. Young falling behind in the count.
Yep.
Just can't get away with that.
He seems to be working on the first base side of the rubber, and I just get a sense that he is stepping awkwardly when he goes through his delivery.
There he goes.
Ground ball left side. Runner's going to get to second as was stealing on the pitch. That hits the runner in the back. And clearly Studley was trying to avoid the throw, so he's not going to get called for interfering at all. He was running away from the ball when it hit him. So it's first and second. That probably will go.
Should go as an error. Can't see it being anything else on McNulty at third. Of course, John, somebody came into my booth, I believe, and took my lineup and my roster.
Really?
Yeah. Nothing's here.
Uh-oh. We can get another copy.
We'll check that out in between innings.
So a threat here for the Brockton Rocks after Griffin Young struck out the first hitter, coming back from a 3-0 count to retire Alex Reynolds. Gets in trouble here. There's a pop-up behind first base. It's in foul territory, and Nick Perkins can't hang on.
Got to be able to make that play. Nick Perkins, the South grad, he's played the field a lot before, but hasn't much this year. So he was too afraid of the fence area, and he had plenty of room. All he needed to do was run over there and get under the ball.
Acres.
He had plenty of room to get under it.
Yeah, he
completely mismanaged that play.
He did. He got caught in a spot you don't want to be reaching for it.
Yeah, reaching for a ball that he didn't need to be reaching for.
No, he could have circled around and stared that way.
And that is going to be an error on Perkins.
Yep, rightfully so, I'm afraid. And making more work here for his pitcher, Griffin Young, who's in a tough spot. First and second, 1 out. And the 3-hitter up there, Luca Danos, who grounded out to shortstop. It was a hat trick for Connor Heisack at shortstop in the first inning. 3 ground outs. There's another chance for Nick Perkins. This one a little bit easier, and he makes it. And he gets all kinds of accolades for that. From his teammates, from the stands, from the noisemakers. Bedlam. on the foul pop-up. Don't try to get that second one past me, says Nick. 2 down here in the 3rd inning. The threat remains for Brockton, but lessens a little bit with the Rocks working with only 1 out now. 2 down in the inning. Runners at first and second, and taking one up high is Justin Reamer, cleanup hitter. Jacob Studley at first base. Bryson Hernandez with leadoff batter speed at second. And Reamer trying to drive them home for the game's first run or runs. Breaking ball in the dirt outside. 0-0 top of the 3rd. Griffin Young doing some housekeeping on a muddy mound right now for the Silver Knights. 2 balls and no strikes. I think he's fallen behind every hitter in this inning. And Reamer is the 5th batter to come to the plate. Griffin has his sign, checks the runner at second, and comes to the plate. Chin music for Reamer, who does the limbo under that one. And it's 3 balls and no strikes. Probably expecting a cookie down the middle, and instead he gets a close shave. And here is where, if he's got the green light, could be quite the pitch to swing at. The 3-0. No, that's on the inside corner. That's a pitcher's pitch right there on 3-0. No gift at all. And nicely done by Griffin Young. If he could repeat that a couple more times, he might get the trot back to the dugout unscathed. Easier said than done, though. 3 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. In on the fists and foul back. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The runners will be in motion with 2 down and a 3-2 count. Any kind of an extra base hit will probably plate both runners easily. Griffin Young has other ideas. Looking for that out pitch. The 3-2, fisted, down the line, fair, and picked up, and it's an infield single. Nothing that the Silver Knights could do about that. A fortuitous roll on a jam job there on Justin Reamer, just inside the 3rd base line. And Reamer, who shows great speed running down the line. He showed that in the 1st inning when Connor Heisack just barely nipped him on a close play and a ground out his first time up. That was the smart play by Silver Knights 3rd baseman Matt Orlando not to try anything there. Ground ball to the 2nd baseman. Fish has it, throws to first, and that ends the threat. 1 pitch was all it took. Stephen Loden grounds out to the 2nd baseman for the 2nd time tonight, and Griffin Young gets out of the jam. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Still a scoreless game here at Holman. The Silver Knights hosting the Brockton Rocks 0-0.
Now batting the designated hitter from Franklin Pierce University, number 49, John Meade.
John Meade strides to the plate, member of the 2020 Nashua Silver Knights, where he batted .345. Number 3rd on the team in hitting. Back in the batter's box at Holman Stadium again, and facing Warren Watts Brown, who promptly, for the first time in this game, throws 2 pitches in a row outside of the strike zone. 2 balls and no strikes to Meade, who's got DH duty tonight, batting 7th in the order. Ropes one down into the bullpen. That might not even been in the zone, but he certainly jumped all over that 2-0 fastball. John Meade, no batting gloves, bare hands on that bat. Looks like a 34-inch bat at least. Big barrel, and he fouls that one. So working low to Meade, dangerous hitter, is Warren Watts Brown from Long Beach State University, resident of Hanford, California. dealing with a dangerous hitter here, and it's the first mound conference we've seen tonight as well. As the Brockton catcher, Reynolds, spending a few seconds out there talking about the next pitch that they want to throw to John Meade. Would love to get on base here and represent the game's potential first run. 0-0 in the bottom of the third. A game we were not sure would be played tonight due to the weather. It's held off to this point. 2 balls, 2 strikes, fouled off to our left. Warren Watts Brown has faced the minimum number of batters so far, 6 up and 6 down, but he's in a duel here with John Meade. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and reaching back for a little extra over the outer edge of the plate. Watts Brown records his 3rd strikeout. He's had 1 in each inning so far. Silver Knights right fielder Kyle Hannon getting his first at-bat of the game in the 8th spot in the order. Also a left-handed batter trying his luck against Watts Brown. That curveball almost went to the backstop as it slipped out of his hand a little bit. 1 ball and no strikes. Looping liner right into the glove of the shortstop Danos, who was moving easily to his left. And so a 2-pitch at bat there retires Hannon, and Greg Bozzo getting a chance to break up what has turned into a no-hitter at this point. 8 batters up, 8 batters down, and here's Bozzo. Silver Knights catcher checks his swing, but it's a strike called anyway over the outside corner. A lot of strikes coming from the Brockton starter, Watts Brown. That's very high and very foul off to the right. 0-2 quickly on the Silver Knights catcher. Bozzo trying to keep this at bat and the inning alive here on 0-2. Ground ball over the mound. Charging Danos, nice play. Gets the throw off. Oh boy, that was a nifty piece of glove work there as he showed off his ability to throw from about knee high. Bent over and just scooped it up and flung it. Good job of staying on the bag and gloving the relatively high throw by first baseman Stephen Loden. So 3 up and 3 down in the Silver Knights' 3rd inning.
Hey fans, who's ready for some musical chairs? I got Adam, Wyatt, and Tyler taking on Murphy and the Silver Knights tonight.
And so
Hit the music, Mark.
Warren Watts Brown has retired the first 9 Silver Knights batters in order. And we go to the top of the 4th inning, still 0-0, thanks to the fine pitching of Griffin Young.
Sorry about that, John Collins. I had to do a little housekeeping with my other job. So I had to.
Welcome back to the no-hitter.
Leave the broadcast. Yeah, no kidding, huh?
Well, this guy's been impressive. Warren Watts Brown.
Yep.
John Meade, maybe the hardest hit ball of the game for the Silver Knights. He
That's not
hit a rope
surprising.
into the bullpen,
That's not surprising.
but it was foul.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the first mound conference I saw between a pitcher and catcher when Meade was up there, and the first time that Watts Brown threw 2 balls in a row, I think. So,
Right.
you know, you can see when a guy has that kind of offensive ability, as you've watched a lot of Silver Knight seasons where the lineup was loaded with guys like John Meade, it changes the complexion of the game a lot. But
Right, it does. Yep.
right now, it's all about Watts Brown being in control, and also Griffin Young. He's had a couple of jams he's gotten into. Nick Perkins, though, with the rare atonement there, Tom, where he got a foul pop that he dropped, and then he got another foul pop, the same batter.
And he made the
caught it.
play. And that's when my phone rang. So.
Yeah, and the crowd went crazy.
Yes,
the crowd
it
being
did.
mostly
Yep.
his own teammates.
Yep.
So to the top of the 4th we go, and it's Tommy Lapham, the Brockton Rock's 3rd baseman. Grounded out to short his first time. Kind of a worm killer to the second baseman this time. Brandon Fish makes the play. And one up, one pitch, one down in the Brockton fourth.
In the last game, we saw Griffin Young, Johnny, pitched 7 innings into the 8th.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, so I mean, he'd like to keep.
As far as I know, Griffin Young is the only pitcher on the Nashua Silver Knights. Almost.
Who's done that? They lost a good one, Wyatt Scotty, who went down to the Cape. He's from Barnstable, and he's
ground ball.
Just foul. That's
foul.
Foul. That was foul.
This is Pedro Martinez Jr. Now, he got an infield single going that way to the left side his first time, but, boy, that looked fair to me. I think the third base coach is questioning that call.
He was. I thought it was foul.
It didn't hit the base, but I thought went over the outer edge, and there's going to be a discussion.
Well,
and of course, we don't have replay.
They can discuss it as much as they want, but there's no replay, and Pedro Martinez Jr. is in the box ready to hit. What are they going to do? Give him second base?
Yes.
You know, I mean, come on. You know?
Exactly. Exactly.
The umpires, though.
He wants them to ask. I guess they could give him first base. I don't know. Can you?
I've
never seen that.
I don't see how
in my life.
could.
I've never seen that. Like if a guy hits the ball over the base and then what do you do? Do you give him first base? Now he's going to ask. Well, there's always a first time, Tom. You go to a baseball park and you never know. You're going to see something you never saw before.
Well, all
this
the umps
could be one of those
are
times.
going to huddle up. But how do you give him? You don't do a change on a fair or foul. I don't see how you do that.
I don't know how you do that unless we're in 20 years from now and everything's digital and you can go and say, hey, did it go through my third base force field? Foul.
Foul, yeah.
And now a discussion.
Yep.
That Jeopardy music might as well be playing for the Nashua weather radar, which we heard is like we got a window going on here, and every second, every minute is precious to get an official game in. But we're going to talk about this a little bit more, and whether that was a fair ball over the third base bag or not. This is amazing. I tell you what, I think the manager for the Rocks is right, but it's not going to do him any good.
No, it's not. I thought it was foul. I don't know.
Okay.
He's gone.
Oh, boy. A ticket to dryness for the – and they're going to go at it a little bit. Wow.
Yes, they are.
Pedro Martinez Jr. triggers an ejection.
How about that?
Some bait-click headline work for you there, Tom.
Not really. But the thing is –
I'd read it.
The thing is, well, first of all, you've got a capable manager in Jack Aaron.
Okay.
Who managed the team, through the first part of the season. So, but the thing is, you don't want to get tossed out of a game on the road.
You don't.
No. Then you got to hang around.
Come on. Over that?
Yeah, really. Yeah, exactly. Kyle Jackson's been told if he gets tossed out of another game, he's going to get fined.
What types of fines are we talking about at this league?
Don't ask me, but I wouldn't want to get tossed out of a third game and find out the hard way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kyle doesn't want to be able to answer that.
What would you say? I would say 250.
Okay. The 0-2 pitch to Pedro Jr. He reaches out, pokes it to right. It's a tough play. Brandon Fish, long way to run. He makes the catch.
Yes, Brandon Fish is a good baseball player. Right? Memo to the rest of the league, memo to the fans. Brandon Fish is a good player. He makes plays.
Credit to Griffin Young after that lengthy delay, came back throwing strikes. And also credit to Pedro Jr. for putting that ball in play, a tough pitch.
Yep.
Instead of going down with a strikeout there. I posed the question, Tom, wondered if Pedro ever got to pitch batting practice to his son. He was paid so much to pitch professionally. I don't know if he had the time or opportunity, but imagine getting your BP from Pedro. That'd be something as a kid.
Right.
He could mess with you. 1-0. Swung on and missed. Big cut there from Ryan McKenna, who was a strikeout victim his first time. 2 up and 2 down so far in the Brockton fourth as Griffin Young continues to do his part and keep the Rocks off the scoreboard. 2 strikes quickly on McKenna. Pedro Martinez Jr. is just retiring that pop-up. He has gotten to third base tonight. That's been it, though. One base runner for either team making it to third. That one just missed the outside corner. Quick question of the call, it looked like. Of course, Greg Bozzo turning around to talk to the home plate umpire. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on a miss. Strike
Griffin Young
three.
is on cue. He's overcome a little bit of the mound woes that he had earlier. Had him uncomfortable, and he is pitching lights out right now. Of course, he's being matched by a pretty good Brockton pitcher.
Absolutely, Tom. Third strikeout of the game there with authority to end the fourth inning. 1, 2, 3 go the Rocks, and so striding back out there is the young man from Hanford, California, and Long Beach State. Has retired the first 9 batters in this game in order. And
Ariel, look at this! Look at this! Have you ever seen Ariel Ramos with a little meeting on his with his defense and his fielders? Interesting. Ken Belbin, the former SID and assistant athletic director at Daniel Webster College, is here tonight, right on the concourse below us.
Oh yeah, there he is.
Yep.
What's he doing now?
Well, he's the part-time AD at PMA.
Oh.
And he also works at Conway Arena.
Okay.
But I'm curious as to whether
he's a good guy. And
yeah,
he's great, at his job.
Because the Riv SID job was open.
Yep.
And I would have loved to see him take it. I don't think he did. But little they're keeping the in-between inning things very quick.
Yeah. Gotta love the pace that these guys work at. Warren Watts Brown, a really fast worker on the mound for Brockton. Got to think he does that all the time, not just because people are worried about getting this game in,
right,
weather-wise. But the only thing that's slowing him down, I think, is that trying to keep his grip on the ball with the wet weather. You see him uncomfortable every once in a while. Now he's going to get a new ball. He's got a rosin bag out there. On a dry day, he must be just a machine. No kidding. Get it and throw it. So the Silver Knights with a tough task here, trying to break through against a pitcher that seems to be in the zone.
Pitcher that's in the zone against a team that is not hitting. That's not a good combination.
Exactly. Matt Orlando back to the top of the order for the Silver Knights, grounded out to short his first time up. Had a pretty good swing at that fastball on the inside part of the plate, but fouls it back, and it's 1-1 to the Silver Knights' third baseman. In search of the team's first hit here in the bottom of the fourth. Strike. Over the top delivery from Watts Brown. He's got a low number for a pitcher, number 4. Didn't like that call. He comes back with his own
there's the
call.
no-hitter.
Line drive, and it gets down off the knees, and he's going to try it. Turning for second. What speed! Matt Orlando electrifies his team. He hit it so hard, it went off the kneecap of the center fielder out there, Hernandez.
Well, Hernandez tried to see if he could make the catch. And so what he did, John, was not give the ball enough room to bounce to him.
Yes.
And that's what happened.
Yes. Now,
so he got up too close to the ball, and it bounces off his knee, and he's wincing in pain a little bit as he looks down.
But that's exactly
what happened. He did not give himself enough room to play the bounce of the ball. And because he was going to try to make that catch, because the ball did hang up. So Orlando is at second base with a chance to score a run. He's in scoring position with nobody out here in the bottom of the fourth inning.
That is
a scoreless game.
Double. I mean, you hit the ball right at the center fielder.
This team needs more of that. I'll tell you right now, this team needs more of that. They need more hustle plays like that. More sparks.
Potential go-ahead run at second base. First run of the game it would be is Orlando, as Logan Ott has a healthy cut at that 1-0 pitch and fouls it off to the left. 1 ball and 1 strike. It was interesting to me that the pitcher, Watts Brown, shook off the call of his catcher just before he threw that fastball that Orlando rocked to center. The 1-1 pitch is on the way. Must have been high.
Must have been.
2 balls and 1 strike. That's enough. Who's he talking to? I mean, I don't know. Who's he talking to? The fans? Because the Silver Knights wouldn't have been arguing that ball call, would they?
No.
It's off the plate inside. That's enough. I don't know what he said. Why? I don't get that.
Who yelled out?
The home plate umpire looked at the Silver Knights bench and he goes, "That's enough!" Right after that call, a ball call. 3-1.
That's interesting.
Yeah, maybe it was because they said about time. He got a call, right?
Yeah, I
Something
think
like that.
that's. Yeah, I think that this.
Yeah. Well, that
But
was.
there's definitely a problem brewing between teams in the league and the umpires.
Oh boy.
There's no question about it.
The 3-2 pitch to Logan Ott. Called timeout first and was granted. Just this unrest, this tension. We're going to do the 3-2 again.
All 35 people in the stands, they jump the railing and chase the umpire.
Fisted up and out of play back here. Up atop the full house suites. Tom said that they're
Yeah, they're crowded up top.
crowded up top.
Yep.
The good seats are full.
Yep.
We'll do the 3-2 for the 3rd time. One was a timeout call, non-pitch. Foul ball, what we have here? Another fastball. That is a foul behind third. It's a long run for everybody, and it's going to fall into the expansive grass out there safely as far as the Silver
Yeah,
Knights
but
are
that
concerned.
was catchable as well.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. And I think the third baseman backed off because someone else called for it.
Oh, really?
It sure looked like it.
Well, that would have been a really tough catch for Luka Danos because he was playing
Danos
to
backed.
pull a little
He
bit.
looked back, and when he did that, the ball dropped. And I think he looked back because he thought the left fielder was going to come and make the play.
And the 3-2 again. Swung on and missed in the dirt. Throw to first base in time. And that will go down as a strikeout. So 1 out in the inning. And remaining at second base is Orlando. Brandon Fish will be the batter. He got caught looking his first time up.
Yeah, you've got Fish here. This is a good spot for him. I guarantee you he will give you a quality at bat here. Of course, watch him prove me wrong, but he'll make the pitcher work. And
UMass Lowell second base.
well, he doesn't have to right there.
Off the railing.
How about that? Love these wild pitches at Holman
Yeah.
Stadium. You never know where that ball is going to go.
Right, and folks, if you ever come to Holman Stadium, the first row behind home plate is closer to the home plate than the pitcher is, but do not put your hands on the railing because you get caught between the netting and the railing. That's not going to be fun. It is up close and personal down there. 1 ball, no strikes, the pitch.
Yeah,
Inside
Fish is
out.
trying to
Yep.
inside it out into the opposite way. I think what he's trying to do, well, not in that practice swing, but what he'd love to do is put one up that left center field gap. That is a huge gap out there. Or
You think Ohtani could hit this guy, Tom?
or down the line. Yeah.
Shohei? He's on fire, man. 32 home runs at the break. There's a fastball.
Well, this is the first year he's been healthy, right?
Yeah,
And we're seeing it.
and it's going to be a mound conference here.
Jack Aaron,
Yes.
who's a catcher by trade,
Okay.
so he sees something, and
Yep.
he's going to go out and talk to his pitcher,
Who got tossed?
the manager.
Oh, okay. So you said Aaron took over is what happened.
Right.
Yeah.
Jack Aaron is managed.
So
He's managed. He's been
Michael
coaching third
Garza.
the whole game.
Michael Garza
Mike
got
Garza, yep.
tossed, yeah.
Garza didn't start the year with the team because he was forget what school he's a coach at. Was in a conference tournament, NCAA's, and
Yeah.
so he was not able to start the season with the team. Aaron managed him for a while. Then Aaron had to go to a wedding, and the general manager had to come down and manage the
Wow.
team. Yep.
So at third base after the wild
there's
pitch
another pitch that's in the same vicinity.
Yeah. So the infield is in. Brandon Fish with a golden opportunity here.
And you know what? You can make a play because the ground is soft. So if the infield's in, the odds are they're going to make a play on it.
Well, it won't be on Fish. He
Nope.
gets the walk. And here comes Connor Hysak. The first and only walk of the game so far issued by Juaron Watts-Brown. Stephen Loden, the catcher for Brockton.
So you wonder how the footing is
Putting
on
a
the
play
base
on.
paths, whether Fish could make the move and run. But
Well, the way that Orlando went home to second, he didn't really worry about that footing, man. He
no,
was
didn't.
flying.
He was.
Check swing, but he can't hold up. That's
No.
going to go as a strike.
Well, they didn't make a call.
The home
There
plate
he-
umpire did the indicator. I think they got it wrong. I think it's a strike. Yeah. Yeah, it is a strike.
Yeah.
0-1.
Let the scoreboard operator know that, John.
Yeah, I will. There goes the runner. He's going to throw it down, and it's going to be late. And interesting, Orlando didn't go. That would have been a tough out at home. I'll tell
It
you
sure
what.
would have been a tough out at home.
It's 1-1 is the count. Yeah, the first one was a strike. Yeah.
It sure would have been a tough out at home. And I think that's one of those plays where you've got to make it halfway down the line, or maybe go about 5 to 8 feet off the bag, and then take off.
Twisting out of the way of that fastball inside is Connor Hysak. He's got the count in his favor. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Different pitcher with men on base, isn't he?
Yes. Yes.
Yep. As so many pitchers in this game have become.
2 runners in scoring position in a scoreless game for the Silver Knights. That's a nice pitch
That's
there.
a nice pitch. And now what he's going to try to do, John, is he's going to try to blow it by him.
I agree.
And let's see if he can
He's
do
probably going to try to do it on the upper inner,
it. Upper inner.
elevated.
Yes, but the problem is when he's tried to go there before, what's happened? Ball sailed.
Well, that was out of the
Isaac helped
zone,
him
but
out.
he fouls it off to the right. Hysak was
Hysak.
so geared up for the fastball, Tom, he chased.
Yeah, he chased up and in.
Yep. That was definitely going to be 3 balls. But you were right, though. He tried to blow it by him, and he kind of overthrew up high. But he's got first base empty. I don't think he wants to give Connor anything good to hit.
No, he doesn't. I
Hysak's
don't know.
gotta be
Well,
ready.
you know what, John? I don't know. What?
Yeah.
Hysak's not. He was hitting around 200. Chased it. Couldn't
He
check
did.
his swing.
And second out.
Yeah.
Yep, so a couple of pitches out of the zone. Connor can't lay off. And we go 2 outs now with second and third. And Nick Perkins.
But the strikeout with men on base has been something that has plagued this team
Yep.
all year long. Last night, bases loaded, nobody out. All of a sudden, 2 strikeouts, and they're up against it, and they don't score.
Nick Perkins looks at a fastball up and away. Ball 1. Silver Knights first baseman, one of 5 strikeout victims in this
Silver
game.
Knight hitters have to learn how to get ahead in the count.
What a healthy cut Perkins had there, but foul tips it into the mitt. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Perkins again beefed himself up in the offseason.
Yep. Would love to drive one right center right now. Ball low.
2-1.
Nick certainly does have that sort of a stroke where he will pull off the ball.
Yeah.
But if he gets a hold of a fastball,
Right.
he can hit the ball extremely hard. Needs to get the barrel out. 2 balls, 1 strike. And a little late on it. High fly ball toward the left field line. And it's caught. Nearly snuck it out of here, but didn't quite straighten it
Now
out
Perkins can hit to the opposite field, but what he did was he got under the ball.
enough. Yep.
And he hits a high fly ball, and the Silver
Unfortunately,
Knights-
they strand 2 in scoring position, Tom.
yes, that
And
is
You mentioned it. 2 strikeouts.
Just not what
in the
you
inning.
want to see from them.
No. So first chink in the armor for Juaron Watts-Brown, but he gets out of it unscathed, and the pressure goes back on Griffin Young to try to keep the Brockton Rocks scoreless as we go to the top of the 5th inning of a scheduled 9-inning game. And I got to say, I'm surprised we're kind of doing okay weather-wise right now. Although I see umbrellas out.
Yeah, and I see drops on puddles, so it is
Yeah.
raining. And let me, I'm gonna check the old radar and see what we got. You know?
Okay.
See how we're gonna look.
The Silver Knights had 3 consecutive games against the Vermont Lake Monsters prior to tonight. First time this season they faced the same opponent. 3 games in a row. Unfortunately, Nashua lost all 3.
Yeah, I don't think they want to see the Lake Monsters anytime soon. Well, John, it just doesn't look like it's going to stop raining. We are going to get rain all the way through.
This hopefully won't be too heavy.
You know, that's the thing. If you can play it, you know, it's going to stop around 12:30.
So let's see who is due up for Brockton in this inning. They have is it 9? Is it Reynolds again? He led off in the 3rd inning and struck out, and now he's leading off here in the 5th inning from the 9 spot in the order. He had a 3-0 count in his favor, and Griffin Young came back to strike him out. So we'll see what happens here. And second at bat of the game for the Brockton Rocks catcher, Alex Reynolds. From Babson College and a resident of Hopkinton, Mass. Ground ball back through the mound, and it's a tough play. Fish to his right, one hopper.
Perkins has got to make that play at first, and he's not able to. One hopper and couldn't do it.
Scoring decision.
That'll probably go on
a hit.
A hit?
Yeah, because just the way where he threw it from, you can't really assume the out on that. You know where he
had it plenty of time. He was out by 2 steps.
It's definitely a subjective call.
It's going to be an error. They bit up the 3rd error.
Okay.
So yeah, that's definitely an error. I don't see any question about that. That's an error. Make that play. Now, who's the error on? Is it on Perkins or is it on Fish?
That's the thing. You can't, I've never seen them give a first baseman an error on a short hop.
Yep. So they'll probably give it to Fish.
Yeah. Tough error, but an error.
Yep.
So 3rd of the game for the Silver Knights, and more importantly, puts the 9-hitter on as the leadoff batter.
Right.
So an opportunity knocking here for the Brockton Rocks to possibly score the game's first run in the top of the 5th inning. Leadoff batter Bryson Hernandez has grounded out and singled. And he looks at a ball low. Pitch count mounting now for Griffin Young. Timeout so the runner at first can tie the laces. So did they did they're going to do a reinsertion here. That's a pinch runner for
There's no
Brockton.
re-entry.
There is no re-entry?
No, not in this league. No.
Okay.
College
Bunt.
rules.
3rd base side is going to roll foul.
Yeah, good. Wise choice.
Yep.
And Kyle Jackson said that after Lucas Cunningham's bunt that we covered a week ago that won the game. Remember that throw to first base that was errant?
Oh,
and
yeah.
The runner scored. Is that anybody who knows this stadium knows that ball is always going to roll foul on either side of the pitcher's mound. It's going to the slope is going to bring it foul. But they fielded it. They picked it up before it rolled foul, and made the play. It didn't make the play. Made the bad throw.
Okay. Down and in to Bryson Hernandez, center fielder for Brockton, in the driver's seat here. 2 balls and 1 strike. Stands on the far back line of that batter's box as he awaits the next Griffin Young offering. There goes the runner, swung on and missed for a strike, kind of a double pump there, and no chance for Bozzo to throw the runner out. So it is a stolen base. Nick Mistoni is who is running right now. It was, I believe, the catcher that got the infield single there, Alex Reynolds, but Mistoni now running. That's off the batter's feet. I think it hit him. Throw to first base in time. I must be wrong. I thought it hit the batter. Nobody's indicating that at all.
No, not at all. I didn't think it did.
You think it did too?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
I did not think it. Because don't forget, I'm in another room. I have a different angle.
Right. So that was it was as good as a sac bunt, really. Gets the runner all the way to the third base. Steal, and to third base, Mistone with less than 2 out now. 0-0 game. First pitch swinging. Jacob Studley has a hard hit double off the left field wall on the fly his first time up. And then he reached on an error by the third baseman his second time up. So he bats here in the 5th inning. The infield in. An opportunity to drive home that run from third with only 1 out in the inning. Griffin Young pitches up high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mistone is third base runner there. The runner at third is from Upland, California, and plays for St. Mary's College in California. As Griffin Young stares him down, throws to the plate. The hook doesn't quite make it back in the front door. 2-1. Key at bat here again. Young trying to keep Brockton off the board in a 0-0 game. Took a lot off, and he had Studley out in front.
Way out in front. And now it's 2-2. Big pitch here. If you strike him out, you take away the sac fly opportunity.
That's right. And the infield can go back.
And the outfielders
to regular depth.
And they do.
Strike 3 swinging.
That's a big strikeout for Young.
His 4th of the game. At a key spot, gets Studley, who had hit him well earlier. Came up empty, just air on that at bat. Luca Danos, the 3-hitter now. He's grounded out and popped out. Silver Knights infielders go back to regular depth. Very deep in left and center. Respecting Danos' power, apparently. Our home plate umpire wants to clean some of that muddy film off a home plate. This always happens in weather like this. Almost gets obscured by the middle of the game. Not so much today because of the lack of runs scored, though. There's been too many people walking across it. Big swing and a foul straight back. Danos certainly didn't get cheated on that swing, but could not get the barrel to the fastball from Griffin Young. 0-1. Four hits in the game so far for Brockton, but they haven't got the key hit.
That's a perfect pitch.
Yeah, it was.
And if I'm Griffin Young, I keep going away.
0-2, 2 outs. Runner at third, scoreless game. Griffin Young throws.
Oh,
Strike
what
3.
a pitch. Did you see the bend on that pitch? Oh, my. Unhittable. There is no way he was going to be able to swing at that pitch because it looks like it's going to be inside, and then all of a sudden it just drops over the plate.
That's the pitch before, when he was warming up before the game, Tom, that got my attention. I was watching him do that in the bullpen. I was like, what a break on that ball. And he threw his best one of the night in an amazing spot. Now, you saw the reaction of Luca Danos. He wanted no part of that pitch halfway to the plate. He's like, I'm not swinging it. That's going to hit me. And all of a sudden, it's down Broadway.
Yeah. Nope. No doubt, he was not.
Yeah.
He was not going to swing.
Luca probably thought the same thing as you. He's going to stay away from me here, and all of a sudden
Right.
the ball's coming right at him, and then it's over the middle of the plate. So brilliant pitch there. Thrilled the Nashua Silver Knights teammates and fans, but what would be equally thrilling right now is a run, because we are scoreless as we are into the bottom of the 5th inning, and this would be an official game if the Silver Knights could score right here.
That's for sure. But you know what? I think they're going to get 9 out of this.
Yeah, it looks like they will.
I think they will.
Yep.
No doubt about it.
Quick brush of the bases,
Yep.
and we go on. Nice little bender there of his own by Warren Watts-Brown.
We'll be right back, John Collins.
Okay. Silver Knights getting set to bat in the bottom of the 5th. 0-0 here at historic Holman Stadium. We welcome all of our viewers, not only on Nashua ETV, but on Chester Public Access TV, Chester PAC TV it is called, and Penny Baker TV up in the Lakes region. Welcome all to some very entertaining FCBL baseball action here at Holman Stadium. The visiting Brockton Rocks in their road grays against the Silver Knights in their home whites. That pitch must have missed up. Ball 1 is the call to Shane McNamara, the Silver Knights left fielder, batting for only the 2nd time tonight in the 6th spot in the order. Lined out to left his first time up. Going the other way. Ahead in the count is McNamara, 2-0. That's 3-0. So that may be the first 3-0 count that Warren Watts-Brown has allowed tonight. He has walked 1 pitch. Ball 4, that was low. A 4-pitch walk to McNamara.
2nd inning in a row, they've had the leadoff runner on.
That's right. They got a double from Matt Orlando last inning, but he was stranded. And here's John Meade, 345 hitter with the 2020 Silver Knights last season.
Yep, played in 32 games.
No batting gloves, and that is a
He's a throwback.
34-inch bat right there he's got, Tom. That's
Yep.
no small piece of lumber.
No.
Big swing, and it's foul tipped into the mid.
Meade is an aggressive player. DHing tonight.
2nd time he swung at the first pitch.
Oh, he'll swing.
0-1 to center. Higher
got
than it
under
is
it.
deep. Yep. And Hernandez cruises to his right and makes the catch.
Got under it. John Meade never saw a pitch he didn't like.
Lake Mead. Everything looks like as big as a lake. And Kyle Hannon lined out to the shortstop his first time up, kind of a lazy liner.
See what Ariel Ramos wants to do here.
Huh.
You know, I mean, you want to get a run on the board here just in case the rain picks up.
Yep.
And the only way to do that is get your guy down at 2nd. Hannon's got some power. He does have a homer or 2 this year. I saw him homer here in a game earlier this year. So we'll see. But
J.P. Olson is the catcher for Brockton. He plays his ball at Northeastern from Stoughton, Massachusetts. Just inserted into the game.
a lot of Northeastern kids in this game.
Yeah.
In this league.
In the league, yeah.
Mike Glavin, his team had a good year, made it to the NCAAs.
Wow.
Covered a couple of Northeastern games or 2 when I was at the Northeastern News back in the day. Parsons Field in Brookline.
Oh, yeah. My high school baseball teammate Paul Grammer played receiver for Northeastern football.
What year?
82 to 85.
Okay.
Going way back.
Right after I got out. And
But
the
that's what
runner
introduced me to Parsons Field and all
Yeah.
that old facility over there. I
Right.
just went visiting
Half
and
of it was
stuff.
turf, remember?
Half of it was turf.
Yep.
You're absolutely right.
Oh, yeah.
The outfield when you played baseball was turf.
Yep. Yeah, it was just the opposite. Usually you see infields being turf and the outfield
Yes.
not. And that Parsons was the opposite.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
where they played football as well, and it's right in the middle of a neighborhood.
As a batter, I always wanted to bounce one out there because
Yeah.
you would get in the gap and just keep going.
Oh, just keep going.
Yeah.
The ball would hit and just roll. Yeah, exactly.
It was the old-fashioned turf. It had a lot of spongy spring in it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and a crown, I think.
Oh,
That one
where
must have
was
been
that?
up. Yep.
Wow.
A little quick look from
Wow.
the catcher. You saw J.P. Olsen, kind of body language.
Again, I'm at an angle,
Yeah.
but the
Could have been
height,
called a strike easily, Tom.
it sure looked that way, John.
3-2. That one's to the backstop. That's not a difficult call. First and third, the Silver Knights have 2 runners, a runner each at the corners, 1 out. And now the pressure lies on Greg Bozzo to make something happen here.
Bozzo, an all-star catcher. In the league, he'll play in the all-star game along with Brandon Fish.
Definitely a set of signals flashed by Ariel Ramos
Ariel
right there.
Ramos is a big guy on signals.
I don't know if that meant anything.
Don't know. But you
Kyle
got
Hannon
first
at
and
first.
third.
Let's see if he goes on the first pitch. Doesn't. Up and in.
Yep.
Bozzo, the 9-hitter in the order. Matt Orlando, who doubled on deck. 1 out. Infield in at the corners. Double play depth in the middle. Scoreless game, bottom 5. Juaron Watts-Brown delivers another fastball, and it's backing out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. It looked like Bozzo was looking fastball, got it, just not able to
do anything with it.
drive it. Yeah, seen a
That's
lot of
been
that tonight.
That's the problem. Just haven't seen a lot of quick bat speed on this team with fastballs. They've been hurt by them all year long, and then they start chasing.
And we've seen Griffin Young working all night from the first base side of the rubber. Warren Watts-Brown the opposite. He works from the extreme third base side of the rubber. That one must have missed by inches.
That looked a little high, just a little bit.
High. 2-1 is the count.
Yep. So Bozzo ahead in the count. It's got him where he wants him. He's probably going to see another pitch up and in.
The pitch is up and down the middle. I think he was aiming up and in and kind of missed his spot.
I think you're right.
And Bozzo missed an opportunity
right,
to do some
Bozzo
damage.
got a blazing fastball that he was late on.
Yeah, you know, I think he saw it all the way, but he just couldn't get
bat
squared
speed.
up.
Bat
Exactly.
Speed.
No
2-2.
question. 2-2. Good block. That's going to put the runner at second, but saves a run.
So wild pitch goes a wild pitch.
Yep. Even though only 1 runner advances.
Yep.
Hyanen is at second base. McNamara is at third base. It is a scoreless game, only 1 out, and Bozzo about to see a 3-2 pitch.
So we're at second and third, 1 out. Have we seen this movie before, John Collins?
Yeah, we have, but no runs scored in that first movie. Let's see.
Yeah, that movie was rated G. And now the bases are loaded. So now we have a different movie.
Yeah, bases loaded and 1 out. And a mound conference.
Mound conference and a pitching change is coming up as Jack Aaron's going out to the mound.
Yep. So Warren Watts-Brown will come out of the game having pitched a shutout to this point, but he is responsible for all 3 base runners.
And did a fabulous job, but you know, Ariel Ramos is very big on strategy with your hitters and what to look for what the other pitchers got. And
got 2 conferences going on right now, Tom.
It's not surprising to me that these hitters have drawn a lot of walks in this game with Ramos, you know, kind of telling them, okay, don't go for this, go for that. Crowd the plate a little bit.
Yeah.
Do a few things. So you got, look at this, all 3 of them, huh?
Yeah.
This is like a family group.
Oh, yeah.
And don't
we
forget,
are zeroed in on it. Tyler Thompson, our cameraman Tom, has them on our frame.
and don't forget what Ramos did in between innings about an inning
What's that
ago.
discussion about over there?
I have no idea, but don't forget he got his defense all together at the end of an inning. He got everybody that came off the field all together. Didn't get the bench, just the guys who were in the field.
Yeah.
And made a. I'm going to have to ask him after the game what he talked about.
Do you think they saw them not being engaged or something? Because Young was just making it all about the pitcher-catcher duel. I didn't see. The innings seemed to be well in hand as far as defense.
I can't guess. I'll have to ask him afterwards. So it's Orlando, I believe, due up, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Yep. So Matt Orlando will get a chance.
Hard hit ball of the night for the Silver Knights was a double to straightaway center that bounced off the kneecap of the Brockton center fielder, Hernandez. And Orlando turned it into a hustle double. He will be the first batter to face number 1, Eddie Curley from Concord, California. A lot of California guys on this Brockton team.
Now, John, let me tell you what's going on down in Brockton. They have horrendous lighting all of a sudden at Campanelli Stadium. So Chris English has negotiated with the city for an $8 million renovation of the stadium that won't start until after the season. So they have to start their games down in Brockton at 5 p.m. They really can't play at night. The lights are that bad.
Wow.
And they can't really do the work now because why do it now and replace them because you're going to do the renovation later.
Ground ball slowly hit. It's off the batter.
It hit the hitter.
That one hit him.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, good reaction from third base by McNamara, but he'll go back. So Curley comes into the game throwing strikes, and Orlando first pitch swinging. Infield is in, way in for the Brockton Rocks. Trying to stave off what would be the first run of this game here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Only 1 out. Leadoff batter in the order, Matt Orlando. 1 for 2 with a double, trying to drive home the game's first run or runs. The 0-1 pitch from Eddie Curley. Ground ball left side to the third baseman. Fires home for 1. Throws to first. Handcuffs the first baseman. He drops it and heads up base running.
He's in.
Safe, he says.
He's in.
And it was a good catch and tag by the catcher. But it's the first run of the game. Safe is the call. At home plate, it was the runner from second base that scored. A good hustle play by Kyle Hannon.
Yeah, not surprising. Hannon's a hustler. Hannon will give you everything he's got when he's out there. He will hustle.
J.P. Olson, the catcher for Brockton, fired at the first base on a hop, and it handcuffed the first baseman down there. That was Stephen Loden, and just that little bobble was all Kyle Hannon needed to sprint home from third.
And guess who ends up at second base again on a gift? Matt Orlando.
Here he is. Yep, the fielder's choice.
Fielder's choice and
a run batted in, though.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that.
Strike on the inside. Oh, maybe
no,
not.
no, it's not an
not
RBI.
a run batted in. No, you're right. It isn't.
Because the original runner at third was called out.
Yeah,
on
that's
the
one
play.
he would have got credit for.
Right,
but
and Orlando
right. No run batted
would have been doubled up had the first baseman caught the ball. So you probably have to give Brockton an error there on E3.
Boy, you do.
Yeah, E3 and a run
let
scores.
the run go down, the run score, and the runner go to second.
But good hustle on the part of Kyle Hannon. He forced the issue there.
Yeah, and the official score is right on it. First error of the game for Brockton, a big one. Unearned run for the Silver Knights. 1-0 the score, 2 down in the inning. Eddie Curley's pitch, ground ball, slowly hits second baseman. Up with it, throw to first base in time. But the Silver Knights get that all-important game's first run.
They get a break, John Collins. They get a break.
That's what happened. They got a break.
Because Matt Orlando had hit into what was going to be a rally-killing, inning-ending double play.
Certainly right.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a good job by the third baseman, Tommy Lapham. He did what he had to do.
Right.
Fielded it cleanly, fired a strike home.
And the throw to first was on target. I think it was just misplay. It was just dropped.
Yeah.
You know?
It was a handcuff thing, but he could have caught it easily.
Oh,
I mean,
I don't think Loden should have caught that ball. There's no question about it.
Yeah. Turned the glove the wrong way.
Yep.
So, a break for the Silver Knights, a 1-0 lead. And so the book is closed on Juan Watts Brown, he gave up no earned runs.
Right. No.
So, interesting turn of events here at historic Holman Stadium. I'm John Collins along with Tom King. Our camera crew tonight, Jim McLean and Tyler Thompson. Our friend Tim O'Neill getting a well-deserved break.
Yeah, what is it? Pete Johnson and Tim O'Neill, they just decide they don't want to work this week? Is that how it works, son? You know, I get a text this morning from Pete Johnson saying,
he's in Scranton.
yeah, I'm out of town, but you got to work tonight, you know? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because
right.
not only is Nashua TV counting on you, Tom, but Pemmy Baker TV and Chester Pack TV also.
Oh, we're
tuning
glad
in.
they're able to see the game.
And
because-
maybe even Pedro Martinez.
Because we didn't know if there'd be a game. So
Yes.
we're glad. And then we've got is Griffin Young? Griffin Young's still out there, I believe. Yes, that's him. Isn't
there
it?
he is,
Sure.
slinging it. A lot of life left in that arm. The duel was between him and Warren Watts Brown, and certainly Watts Brown impressive, set down the first 9 batters in a row. However, the compete in this guy, Griffin Young, still out there now with a 1-0 lead in line for the win.
So here's the thing. Every time B.J. Neverett would have to take, because don't forget he taught. So there's some day games
Yeah.
that he wasn't able to manage in the early part of the season when he was the manager of the Silver Knights. So Kyle Jackson would be the manager. Kyle Jackson always won. Always as the interim manager. Always as the acting manager for the day.
Uh-huh.
And Ariel Ramos,
Yeah.
history could be
You
repeating
don't want to jinx
itself.
him, but
you don't
yeah.
want to jinx him, but
He's ahead.
he's got a lead, 1-0.
Justin Reamer.
And an ace on the mound, and Griffin Young. I think Griffin Young, now that Wyatt Scotty is down on the Cape, I think Griffin Young can assume that role as the number 1 pitcher on this team.
Some light warm-up activity is all it is so far in the Silver Knights bullpen at the moment. Lefty down there playing half catch with a catcher. Swung on and missed. Reamer couldn't catch up to that Griffin Young offering, and it's 1-2 to the Brockton Rock second baseman who's got leadoff duty here in the 6th inning. Trying to dry off his batting gloves and reset in that right-handed batter's box. The 1-2 pitch is on the way. That curveball again, but it's low this time.
Yeah, but he should have swung at it. It was hanging right out there, John, for a little while. Then it dropped.
You got to know he has that as a batter.
Yep.
2-2 pitch. Threw it again. This
Yeah.
one's in the dirt. We'll go full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Would he dare throw it a third time?
No, I think he'll go fastball here, don't you?
I do. I think the odds are overwhelmingly in favor of the fastball down the middle right
no
here.
doubt.
And it's up to Reamer whether he can square it up. That misses, and it's a leadoff walk.
Yeah, Young seemed to be a little bit off with his delivery. If you watch that windup, he looked like he was falling off the mound a little bit early.
Yeah, it did. I mean, he kind of comes 3/4, but that was almost sidearm.
Yeah, that's not what he wants. So my guess is the mound may be giving him a little bit of difficulty.
So Stephen Loden, who would love to atone for that bobble, that drop that cost the Rocks an inning-ending double play, is at the plate with nobody out here in the 6th. And he takes a fastball up and away. 1-0. Let's see how big a guy Loden is. They have the heights and weights in here. And jackknifes out of the way of that one.
So you're going to be a good pal and give me that roster at the end of the game, right? So somebody
Absolutely.
came in here and took mine.
You never got another one, huh?
No, there's no
It's
more
not
roster.
fair.
Yeah, they don't have a bunch of them piled up anywhere. But I guarantee you somebody came in and took them. I don't have them anywhere in my pockets. They're not in my scorebook.
Yep.
Somebody kind of snuck in here, and I wasn't here. Little mound conference. Let's see what Ariel Ramos is going to go over. Probably what to do about the base runner.
Yeah.
And also what to do about the hitter coming up.
Hey, Tom, Jeff Kleiner, who umpired the last game we did here, and you
Yes.
had some really nice things to say about
Yes,
his
I
dad.
saw the Facebook
Did you see
comment.
that?
Yes, I did. Yep.
He really appreciated it.
Yes, he did.
Umpires, the good umpires, they don't get any love.
No.
And he was so grateful for it. Well, we mentioned that he had come back, and Tom was talking about how, you know,
He's come back.
tired
and
of
he's-
watching him play golf instead of
Yeah,
umpire.
you see the posts all the time, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
On the 18th hole, blah, blah, blah. Hey, good day, shot, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. I was like ready to kill him. I was like, come on, Jeff.
And I
You're
think
killing me.
it's safe to say that the tension between some of these teams and the umpires has nothing to do with Jeff Kleiner, right? The more games he does, the better off everybody
yeah,
is.
But Jeff is going all over. He's
Yeah,
doing
he's Cape Cod League games,
and
yeah.
NECBL. He was up in Maine.
Sure.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of games in a lot of leagues. He's taking advantage of the summer.
Oh, yeah, I heard he had his first time at some stadium up north
Yep.
recently.
Yep. So
That's a strike on the inside corner, so all that talk, Ariel Ramos and Griffin Young and infielders worked like a charm, at least for one pitch. The 2-1 on the way. Big swing and a miss, and Loden comes up empty again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Looked like a curveball that time from Griffin Young. Peering over his shoulder at Reamer at first base, who shows no signs of wanting to steal. Ripped to
and why
right,
would he
base hit.
with that base hit?
And Reamer's going to third. There's the throw.
Oh, what a
great
throw.
but it's off the
Oh, it's going to score
wrist,
on.
and it's going to go as
Yep.
an error. Oh,
A good throw.
tie game.
A good throw from right field, but it bounces. No backup, or at least the backup wasn't able to come up with it.
Yeah, it was
And
one of those
that's it.
things that even if you're backing
Hannon-
up, the ricochet went down the
it was
line.
a hard backup, and Hannon with the throw and an error. Runner at second in scoring position, still nobody out, and now it's a 1-1 game.
When you have a hose like Hannon in right field, I don't blame him for wanting to try to use it to throw somebody out. And that is one of those cases where it's a short hop, and you usually don't give the error to the infielder in that situation.
Right.
So tough error for Hannon, but
Tough error, but on a base hit, the runner scores from first base.
yeah, 4th error of the game against the Silver Knights, and it's an unearned run for Brockton, so we're even. 1 apiece, 1 unearned run apiece for each team.
Right.
Fouled off to the left. And Griffin Young, hard luck pitcher in the middle of all that. That was a nice hit, though, by Loden, make no mistake. I don't even think that was a strike. I think it was like a breaking ball low, but he got all of the barrel on it, and it was through the infield in an eye blink. It was a very aggressive base running play by Reamer to go first to third on that. It was as hard hit as it was. And the throw to first base will be in time.
Good strategy by Aaron, having the batter bunt, and now you get the runner at third with a chance to score on a sac fly
Yep.
or a wild pitch.
All right, and the infield's got to come in.
Right.
In a tie game. So sacrifice gets the runner from second to third. Tommy Lapham doing the sacrifice duty there. And the batter will be, oh, is this a pinch hitter?
The Rocks, number 32, Michael Golankowicz.
Yep.
Or Pedro
Bolankowicz.
Martinez Jr.
Jr. out.
Pinch hit for.
Yep.
I don't know. I hope he didn't hurt himself. He did pretty well up Griffin Young.
But you go lefty righty.
Yeah, lefty righty, and they say he went, and they don't ask the third base umpire what he thought, and so there's a little bit of an argument going on here. At least check with him, and he convinces him, and it's a strike. Anyway, wow, I usually don't see batters win that argument if the home plate umpire has already given a definitive strike call.
You usually don't see the home plate umpire go down to third base. I wouldn't if I
Yeah.
was a home plate umpire. I would have said I called it a strike. That's how it is.
That's it. Usually what you do see.
right.
And the umpire's now on the batter, who gets hit with the pitch off the right leg. So a hit batsman, it'll be first and third with 1 out. So inserted into the game as a pinch hitter for Pedro Martinez Jr., Michael Golankowicz from Merrimack College in Hillsborough, New Jersey, gets hit by the pitch. And
Ariel
now that'll be
Ramos
all for Griffin Young.
That might be it. Yeah, it is all
Yeah.
for Griffin Young as a reliever is trotting in. It looks like it's, from the naked eye, it looks like Welch.
Lefty?
Mm-hmm.
George Welch from Derry, New Hampshire, senior at SNHU.
That's what it looks like. Let me see the number.
Welch would be number 16. And set to bat for Brockton is a lefty, Ben Rounds of Harvard University, also inserted as a pinch hitter here late. Can you spell Golankowitz without looking at the roster?
G-A-L-A-N-K.
You're already wrong, G-O.
Oh, G-O?
Yeah.
Golankowitz.
Golankowitz. Golankowitz.
Yeah.
Golankiewiczz. That's a tough one, but he's on first.
Too bad it can't be a noun or a verb, noun, verb, or adjective and used in a spelling bee. Look at that puddle down by the Rocks dugout.
Oh boy, yeah. I was talking about that before the game, that it could actually come into play. There'd be a high pop over there, and somebody's got to navigate.
Starting to rain a little bit harder, and now Cam Cook is on the field as the umpires were talking, and let's see what they do. And
really?
I think we may be in for a little bit. Well, I don't know. They're going to talk.
Is it really? Oh, yeah, it's coming down harder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Got a lot of baseball in here. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Now, interesting, if they did call it as a rain out, that would wipe out the run that the Brockton Rocks scored.
They would suspend the game.
They suspend the game, finish it another time.
I think they would. I think at that point they would suspend it.
There's a little bit of an argument going on?
Well, there's a lot to deal with a suspended game, because where do you put it? They're not going to put it in that Nesson, on that Nesson day, unless they want to, take a break, because the crews are going to have to dismantle everything and get out of here, and then they got to wait to play. So they're obviously talking about what they want to do.
Yeah.
Jack Aaron went over there to be part of the discussion. I'm thinking Cam Cook wanted to get them to maybe delay it, but I tell you what, the crew that works here for the team certainly is hoping they keep playing so they don't have to go out there and put the tarp on the field. Because you got to pull the tarp, and then you got to take it off later on. If I'm Ramos, I try to stall a little bit.
Well, meanwhile, the pitcher for the Silver Knights, Tom, is Shea Ryan.
Oh, Shea Ryan, not George Welch. Okay. Looked like George Welch coming in, but that was to the naked eye.
Pretty much the same size
from
guys
yep.
and lefties. But this is Shea Ryan from North Chelmsford, Massachusetts, a junior at Assumption College who gets assigned relief duty in a tough spot. 1-1 game, only one out, and runners at the corners for the Brockton Rocks, who are seeking to take the lead. The infield is pulled in. Outfielders fairly deep in left and center. Hannon's medium deep in right. They're going to let the runner have second.
Yep, no one covered.
Uncontested. A defensive indifference. 2 runners in scoring position now for Brockton Rocks as the umpires shift their spots on the field accordingly.
Boy, awfully tough to make a call at first base from where he is now.
It's going to have to do it like 80 feet away if there's a close play. So the batter's Ben Brown. Just gets brushed back by that, did Ben Brown. Batting for Ryan McKenna.
Oh, what a miserable night. Oh, God, that rain does not look good.
It really is July 8th, huh?
Yeah.
Pop up off to the left.
We've been through this before, It's been that way. Oh, nice hustle by Orlando, but he can't quite get there.
Finds its way to the kids' concourse over there. And it goes as a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike to Ben Brown. McKenna had struck out both times in his at-bats. Brown pinch hitting here for the 8th spot on the order. And I guess it'll be the catcher who came into the game late. He'll be batting next. Unless there's some kind of a crazy double play here. 3 balls and 1 strike. The count on Brown. Shea comes set. The pitch misses low and away. The bases are full.
Wow. That's been another problem for
Yeah.
the Silver Knights is relievers who have come in and not been able to find the plate.
So it's Northeastern versus Merrimack College. Oh, is he from?
So now, Silver Knights are still going to keep the infield in, obviously.
Assumption College, Shea Ryan. Bases loaded.
JT Olson up.
Takes a strike on the inside corner. J.P. Olson from Stoughton. Catcher, Northeastern University. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Pop up, infield fly rule in effect. It'll be the second out of the inning as Brandon Fish gloves it.
Now Shea Ryan took a little bit off on a pitch that was up.
Yes.
And Olson just got under it.
So back to the top of the order.
And now the infield can move back at regular depth.
Now batting, the center fielder from Coast University, number 12, Bryson Hernandez.
So still bases full, now 2 outs, and here is Bryson Hernandez. 1 for 3 with a single. In the dirt, blocked nicely by Bozzo, and it is a 1-0 count. Summoned in relief. A walk and a pop out induced by Shea Ryan. Listed at 5'11" and 2'11". On the outside corner. He hides that 200 pounds pretty well. Must be all in the legs. 1-1 pitch. Good bender there from Shea Ryan. Looked like Hernandez wanted no part of it. Ground ball sharply hit to the shortstop. A foot race
No, he
and
loses
safe
it.
at second, they
He
say.
loses it. Lost that foot race. The play was to first base.
It was.
Make the throw, Connor Heisack.
So a learning moment for the Silver Knights shortstop, who had been having a great game defensively prior to that. And credit to the
Wait a
base
minute, was
runner.
that Heisack or was that Fish? It was the shortstop, right?
No, it was the shortstop
That was
all
the
the way.
shortstop,
Yeah.
right,
He
Heisack,
might have been
right.
expecting Fish to be at second.
He might have been. And
Yeah.
Fish looked up in the air like he screwed up.
Yep. And just lost that moment where he should have been throwing to first in rhythm if he was going to go that way. And great base running. I believe that's Ben Brown down there at second that beat him to the bag, and it created a run. 2-1. Rocks lead it. Ground ball sharply hit inside the line. 1 run is in. They're going to wave home another, and it is going to be a 4-1 lead for the Brockton Rocks on a 2-out, 2-run single by Jacob Studley. First pitch swinging. Studley with 2 hits in the game. Dive put on there by Orlando, but not able to get to it.
What could go wrong has gone wrong.
Unfortunately, yes.
Just tough play at second base. I'm watching him run, and I'm just saying, I don't think he's going to win this race.
Yep. And 3 runs later, the Brockton Rocks have taken the biggest lead of the game. Ground
Another base
ball
hit.
into the left field. Another run is
Yeah,
in.
they are hitting Shea Ryan all over the place.
Yep.
They are right on top of him.
Unfortunately, the top of the order teeing off against Ryan. The opportunity was there, though, to get the inning-ending ground out.
That was Danos, right?
That was Danos with that hit.
Number 3 hitter.
And here comes the cleanup hitter, Reamer, who wants to join the party.
And
5-1.
here comes Ariel Ramos to take him out of the game,
Oh, yeah.
probably. Well, no, I don't think so. They don't have a guy. They didn't have anybody warming up.
Nobody had been warming up yet.
Nope,
It looks
we're gonna
like
have to talk
number
to him.
40 is working his way down
Yep.
there. That would be Ryan Holman, but he has not yet started to warm. So conference on the mound with Shea Ryan. Hard luck spot because that fielder's choice that wasn't. Brown with the hustle from first to second. The base runner beating Connor Hysack to the base. Connor looked like he also got a little bit bogged down by the muddy conditions. He got a great first step towards second, and it was all over. Not much of an argument on that call either, Tom. I think the umpire got it right.
Oh, at second? Oh,
Yeah.
clearly.
Yep. And that was a 4-run mistake. Unfortunately, they don't come any more costly than that. Instead of a 1-1 game and being back in the dugout, Brockton teeing off here at top of the order. And here's Justin Reamer, who's 1 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Scored the first run of the game for the Rocks to tie it up, and then they have batted all the way around. 5-run inning for Brockton. There go the runners.
Brockton has
What
had
happened?
its way in this inning.
Yeah, they didn't try to throw anybody out there. It's interesting. Yeah.
Now, you
It's
know,
kinda surprised
the
they
other
ran.
night they forgot to cover second on a couple of plays like that.
So the double steal works for Brockton. 2 runners in scoring position with 2 out. Thing is, you don't usually see guys steal third with 2 out, but it worked there. There's a strike. No, they don't get the call. Looked like Bozzo held it an extra second in protest behind the dish, but it's a 2-1 pitch on the way. Strike called. 2-2. Reamer seemed to be wanting to take that, make the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Stephen Loden, who's got a hit already in this inning, is on deck. Reamer walked and scored to begin the inning. It's a chance to drive in 2 in his second at bat here in the 6th frame. To the backstop it goes.
Nobody moved. Didn't go too
Yeah,
far. Bounced
no.
right back.
Bases full. Still with 2 outs for Loden.
Now batting the first baseman from Florida Atlantic, number 17, Stephen Loden.
So the base is juiced for Brockton in a big inning. 5-run inning for the Rocks.
Yeah. How did Ben Brown get on base, Tom?
I believe he walked, didn't he?
Walked, yeah, okay. So there have been 3 hits in the inning. So you have Jacob Studley, Danos, and Loden.
Yep.
Loden pops it way up in the air and gives us a chance to look at those puddles and how hard it is raining here at Holman Stadium now as we look down the rows behind the dugouts and also the top of the dugouts and looking at the light. That's pretty steady rain. Very high behind shortstop. Cruising out is
Hysack's ball.
Hysack, and he has it. That is the out that was long time in coming, and it's a costly inning for the Silver Knights. As they were ahead 1-0 going in, they find themselves down 5-1 as we go to the bottom of the 6th, and a conference in front of the Silver Knights dugout.
Yeah, kind of telling them to try to shake off a bad inning.
Yeah.
But when you're not hitting, every run you give up is like 3,
Yep.
you know?
Yep.
So they've
So-
given up 5 runs here, and it probably makes them feel like
You can
they're
do
down
the
3.
math on that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's not good.
No. So Silver Knights' next 3 games, 6 o'clock here against the Bravehearts tomorrow night.
Then they're on
weather
the road.
permitting.
Yep. Then they're on the road on Saturday.
Yes, they're at Brockton
Right.
on Saturday,
And
July 10th.
And then they are home
As
on
Tom mentioned,
Sunday.
that's a 5 o'clock game on Saturday as they try to get the whole thing in daylight.
Saturday, I would have played at 4.
I know.
They're waiting till
Why
5.
chance the
why wait,
sunset or
yeah,
anything
why
like
wait
that?
till 5?
Yeah. And then on Sunday, their Silver Knights are home against Westfield.
Oh, I get to see the Starfires. I don't think they've been here this year yet.
Okay, yeah, probably not.
You get to see the Starfires on Sunday. When's our next ETV game? I don't have my schedule.
I believe it's the 21st. Jason will be doing it. I'm
Yeah.
not sure who the opponent is. Jason Roby with Tom King on July 21st.
And
We're also scheduled to do a Friday night fireworks game on the 30th of July. A couple of the Silver Knights games on Nashua ETV coming up.
eating right into my vacation.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You doing the main thing again this year?
No, I don't feel comfortable traveling anywhere yet.
Okay.
I really don't.
It's going to be like the compound. You just put a hermetic seal over it.
I might do day trips, but I won't do a day trip that Friday.
Oh, cool. All right. So we'll get you out of your
Yeah.
vacation.
Can't turn down the dollars.
Yeah.
But I won't be. But I won't be working for the newspaper.
You won't be
that night.
taking the photos and all that?
No.
Yeah.
no.
Okay.
Are you on that night?
Yes.
All right.
Get you full time.
Get me full time.
Full tilt, full time, Teddy Bruschi.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. Swinging through that first pitch offering. 0-1 is the count on the Silver Knights. Brandon Fish, lefty in the game for Brockton. You say this is Eddie Curley still? Yeah, it is. Ground ball over the mound and through into center field, base hit.
Curly had to curl his way out of the way of that.
Yeah. So Brandon Fish finds an opening up the middle, and the leadoff batter aboard for the Silver Knights. Connor Hysack would love to hit a grand slam here, but he'd settle for a base hit, I'm sure. Get the rally going and started. Ground ball to the second baseman on a skip hop. Flips to short for one, to first in time.
Instead, he killed it.
Yeah, 4-6-3 twin killing.
Connor Isaac has not had a good inning.
No,
Oh,
that's
boy.
right, the
Oh,
sixth
my
inning.
God.
You know, he was having a good game till then, defensively. And then that fielder's choice that wasn't, that turned into a 4-run mistake and hits into a double play in his next at bat. So 2 outs, nobody aboard. Nick Perkins struck out and flied out. Facing Eddie Curley.
John, it's July 8th
Yep.
at 8 o'clock at night. It's 61 degrees.
If I dropped you down here, you'd say it's October.
61 degrees. And I got a jacket on
Yeah.
as I had the window open.
What's wrong with this picture?
What is wrong with this world? This is just unbelievable.
Typical rainy July, says Jim McLean.
July is
Matter-of-factly.
July is usually the driest month of the year.
July's usually the dry. Tom's getting into an argument with my cameraman from a different location.
Yeah, it's the driest month of the year.
Driest month of the year, says Tom. Jim grew
It
up in
always
Cape
rains
Cod.
on Cape Cod. Are you
Strike three
kidding me?
called. What a.
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear it with the microphone.
Oh boy.
Oh, Perkins takes a call, third strike. There goes that rally. But let's
Yeah.
say, this is the July is the best weather month. It's supposed to be the best weather month of the year up here.
Oh boy.
You
I
know?
agree with you, man.
Yeah.
It's just like that's when everybody picks their vacations because they want. Look at the people up in the suites. When they book those suites.
Let's see what we got. We got Ariel Ramos looking out at the tarp. We got the crew down there. Let's see. The umpire's chatting.
They're messing with the "Love Is Gone" song here.
They are messing with the "Love Is Gone."
The love of what left, I think, around the time
The
that
love is gone, but they don't want the field gone, the players gone. But look at second base.
Oh yeah.
Look at it out there. The infield does not look good.
Michael Garza took the love with him when he got thrown out of this game. The head coach of.
Cam Cook is walking out there now to talk with the umpires to see what they're thinking. They see a 6-inning game that's official. And I think the umpires want to say sayonara.
And not suspended, call an official game.
Oh, you don't suspend it now. No, you call it one way or the other.
Yeah.
Games are suspended before it becomes official in this league, not after.
Right. Well, that's what I was saying. It would have been a good thing if they called the game after the 5th inning, because that 6th inning didn't do the home team any favors. 5 runs for the Brockton Rocks, who look to be about to leave here, still firmly in first place. They came in at 20-11, a .645 winning percentage atop the league standings. Silver Knights, meanwhile,
well, I'll tell you one thing: if this game is called right here, the Tarp's going to go on the field one way or another, because they're going to have it on overnight, because once you get deep into the night, down, like 4 or 5 in the morning, I think that's when that the tropical moisture is supposed to hit.
I took a glance at the forecast earlier, and it looks like tomorrow's going to be a 100% washout.
Well, it's a 100% washout the first half of the day.
First half of the day?
Second.
Okay. Well, good seats available for tomorrow night's
Cook
game.
is walking back fast. He hasn't told his players to leave the field, so evidently they're going to keep on playing.
Yeah, certainly.
Jack Aaron is coming out to talk to the umpire in chief, and we'll see what they're going to say. And I'll tell you what, though, they don't.
Shea Ryan's keeping on pitching.
I'll tell you what, if it picks up, this game's done.
A burst of emotion from the Silver Knights players.
Or at least delayed. That's the one thing you don't want. You don't want a rain delay now at 8:20.
No.
You don't want a rain delay.
Oh, boy. I wish Tim O'Neill was here for that one, because he would have been like, you know what? I think I have enough money to retire right now.
Yeah, no, Tim O'Neill would
walk
say
away.
that's it. Yeah, he'd say, I'm done. That's it. See you later.
Yeah.
I'm all set.
Instead, we got the stoic Tyler Thompson, who's willing to work however long it takes. No, it's a living. To left, and that's trouble. Down towards the line, it's going to drop fair. Turning in, stopping at first base.
Yeah, because you know what? The footing isn't great.
No, and you got 4-run lead, and
yeah, no reason to try to risk it. So.
Good job in left, though. Get that ball back in quickly by the Silver Knights left fielder, McNamara. Shane closing in on that. Couldn't make the catch, but holds the runner to a single. So Tommy Lapham reaches, and that one hits the ribs, and you could hear it up here. Golankowicz.
Still Ryan, right?
Yeah, Shea Ryan.
He has not had a good outing. You could hear that all the way up.
Yeah, that was a body shot.
And there is activity in the Silver Knights bullpen. Right-hander throwing hard.
Golankowicz is going to have a big galump on his ribs.
Mm-hmm.
First and second for the Rocks, and nobody out here in the top of the 7th inning. Ben Brown, who had the key play of the game. It won't really show up in the scorebook, but beating out a would-be fielder's choice at second base, running from first to second, that turned into 4 runs.
Yeah, how about that, huh?
If he's out, it's 1-1, and everybody's in the dugout.
Yep.
And I guarantee you he got a great jump on that ball. That wasn't that softly hit.
Well, Shea Ryan's still in this game because of the left-hander at the plate.
Yep.
You know, he would have been out a while ago if that were not the case.
Hey, by the way, that was Glenkiewicz, two hit-by pitches for him. He got hit in the thigh
He's taking,
above the back of the knee.
2 for the team.
Yeah. He got put in there for Pedro Martinez Jr., and Pedro was known to hit a batter or two in his day.
Yep.
Not that his son bears any responsibility
He
for
threatened
that.
to do that to Babe Ruth, remember?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I'm going to drill him in the
Oh,
ass.
boy. Strike called. We were talking about the Yankees last broadcast, Tom and I. Tom, of course, has confessed to being a Yankee fan for many years.
Oh, I don't
on
need to
these
confess. I don't
telecasts.
need to confess
Well,
it.
that's how I put it.
Yeah, I'm not from here.
Ground ball. Nicely
Nice
played by
play.
Perkins. Is going to step on the bag.
Perkins makes a good defensive play there.
Yes. We'll give him credit on that one. We were all over him about dropping the foul pop, but that was not an easy play, and he gloves it cleanly. 1 out. Runners in scoring position now for the Rocks.
Ryan's still in.
But I'm
Gonna
just,
face the
as a
right-hander.
Red Sox fan, I'm just hoping that they don't call up Mickey Gasper, because that would just turn him all around.
Who?
Mickey Gasper?
Oh, the Yankees?
Yeah.
Well, I told you, Mickey's hurt.
I know, that's right. That's right. He's
Told
hurt.
you,
I'm
Mickey's
sorry
got
to
a
hear
bad
that.
thumb.
Yeah, that was going to be my
Yep.
line, though. Don't bring up Mickey Gasper, whatever you do.
Yep.
Stay the way you guys
Well,
are.
I'll tell you right now, Gary
He's
Sanchez
hurt.
has turned his season around. He's
Oh, he has?
yeah, he has. He's found a hitch. There was the leg kick.
Oh.
He toned it down and got rid of it. It was throwing him off balance, and he was
Just that simple?
It was that simple, and why that wasn't picked up a long time ago is beyond
no.
me. Yeah, oh, it was. You could see the difference, and I've seen the tapes of the difference in the swing
Amazing.
done by the Yes Network. It was good job by them to do it, and his numbers got back up, and his bat speed picked up,
Wow.
and he wasn't behind on fastballs anymore.
Wow. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, exactly.
He's turned it around. 3-0.
Hasn't helped
First
him.
base
They
is empty.
They were down 3-0 when I left today, so.
J.P. Olson thought about swinging at it, but he'll take his
And
4-pitch walk.
Takes a walk. That's got to be it for Ryan.
Let's see. Is there a lefty coming
No,
up?
Ramos is coming out. That's
No,
it.
that's it. Bryson Hernandez
Yep.
is a right-handed batter, so they'll get the righty-righty thing going here. And I think this is number 40 for the Silver Knights. It was warming up a little while ago. Ryan Holman, perhaps?
Holman,
Let's see. Not to be accused with Holman.
right.
It's Holman.
Hohman.
Into the game for Nashua. If Ariel Ramos will step aside, we'll verify that. Silver Knights players out of the dugout to congratulate Shea Ryan and battling. He could have.
I do see a 4 on there. Pretty
Okay.
Sure. I thought I saw a 4. Let's see.
Yeah, you do.
I do see a 4, but I don't know if I see a 0.
4-0. I think Rick Wise used to be 4-0.
Former pitching coach for the Nashua Pride.
Yeah, and former Red Sox pitcher and thrower of a no-hitter. And
And a 2-run homer game?
I think there were
2 homer game?
2 homer game, but weren't they grand slams?
No, I don't think they were both. No, they weren't both grand slams. I don't think so.
No.
It is Holman, number 40.
Yeah.
Who's one of their better relievers.
I have referred to that Rick Wise game, former Nashua Pride pitching coach, as the greatest game that any pitcher ever had because of those 2 homers he added to his no-hitter.
Yeah, and now he didn't do that with Boston people. He did that with the St. Louis
Phillies.
Or the Phillies.
Yeah.
He pitched for both St. Louis and Philadelphia. He was traded to Philadelphia from St. Louis, I believe.
Yeah.
No, he was traded. He was traded to St. Louis from Philly, and then traded from St. Louis to Boston. if I'm not mistaken. I think he came to the Red Sox in a trade with the Cardinals.
Rick Wise. Oh, it was 1971, so that was the, what anniversary, the 50th?
Yeah, it would have been the 50th.
June 23.
Yes, yep. We missed it.
We missed it.
Yep.
No against the Reds, and drove in 3 of Philadelphia's 4 runs with 2 homers.
Is his bat and his glove in the Hall of Fame?
They were not grand slams, just 2 homers.
I think his bat and his glove are in the Hall of Fame.
From that game?
I think so. I'm not
Wow.
sure. I'm not sure. I think so.
Maybe you're right.
I think there's something in there from the Hall of Fame from that game.
I've been in the Hall of Fame like 3 times. I think I did see that.
Bases are loaded here for Holman. He's down in the count 2-0.
One of the most interesting things I saw in the Hall of Fame for me as a Red Sox fan was seeing the bat that Carlton Fisk hit that Game 6 homer was a Rick Burleson bat. They still had that on display while I was there.
And who was on the call on NBC for that
Dick
game?
Stockton.
Yes, there you go. Dick Stockton, yep. That was the day in the World Series where, and I loved NBC doing this. It was really good.
The reaction shot.
No. Hold on. I'll tell you after this pitch.
Right. 3-0. And that's a bases loaded walk.
Yep.
6-1 Brockton as the runner trots home from third.
What NBC would do is for the World Series, they would take a broadcaster. For a while they did this. They stopped doing it, and then they lost the contract. But they would take a broadcaster from one of the teams that was in the World Series, usually the home team, and put them in the booth with, either Gowdy or Graviola and Kubek or whatever. And I read there was a whole book written on Game 6.
Yeah.
And it caused a little bit of friction.
Did it?
Yeah. Because it would knock somebody out of the booth for NBC.
Oh, right. I read a whole thing about how that was the first real reaction shot game in sports broadcasting history. Where
maybe.
They just train. After that, they started training cameras.
Fly ball, but it's a late jump by Hannon, but he gets there.
And this runner's going to try it. There's a throw to the plate. It's a seed and safe. Out at home.
Out at home, no slide.
Wow. That must have been a great tag by Greg Bozzo to clip the runner.
Right, why did he slide?
That was a 90-mile-per-hour bullet by Hannon to home plate on the fly.
But why didn't he slide? If he slides, I think he scores, don't you?
If you go head first and slip your hand in there, I think all day you're safe.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if you go.
Tall figure. If he's no, because John, here's the thing. Where was the throw?
It was up first base.
Right. So the catcher's got to turn around and make the
do
tag.
it. Yeah.
I think if you slide either way, you're in there.
That was a Posada tag, Tom.
It was.
And on Jeremy Giambi, right?
Yeah.
Was it Jeremy or Jeremy Giambi?
It was Jeremy Giambi. That was the Jeter
famous
play.
Jeter play.
Yes.
And that was really what happened. He came in standing up too.
The back flip, the backward flip.
And I'll tell you, as a base runner, in these conditions, I'm not going feet first. My fear is I'm going to stick right where I land.
Oh, I see what you mean. It'll buckle your knee. Yeah.
What you could do is
go ahead first.
Airplane and just land on the plate like with your hand, and then you're safe. Same might have been true for Giambi in that game, but you go standing, and that's what can happen. A catcher
no one expected that play to be made.
Oh, boy, that was a great throw by Hannon.
Right. That was a fabulous throw by Hannon. Hannon showed off his arm.
He sure did.
Yeah, he threw a good one to third base and just short hopped the third baseman.
I told watching baseball with my son, I said, you know what, that bounce. Even Dwight Evans sometimes, they bounce one, and that bounce is what allows the runner to get in there. But if you throw it on the fly, like who's that guy in the All-Star game? Dave Parker?
Yeah.
It's been a few in Major League highlight history where they just throw it on the fly to home plate, and there's nothing like it.
I don't believe Dave Parker's still alive, is he?
I think he is. He's really having a hard time, though. I think it's the Cobra in Twilight.
I know Stargell passed away, but I didn't know if Parker was still alive.
Yeah, I think there's like a documentary out, Cobra in Twilight. It's about Dave Parker's health struggles now.
Wow.
I mean, he was a tremendous specimen. And so was Dave Winfield in right field, who had his share of great throws for the Padres, the Yankees.
And then he bounced around.
Yeah, he bounced around
Blue Jays for a while.
Blue Jays, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Kyle Hannon,
Angels.
I'm impressed.
He was traded to the Angels from the Yankees.
Oh, yeah. The Angels also. He might have even been on that 86 team that the Red Sox came back in the semifinal there, or AL championship. So we go to the bottom of the 7th, and the Silver Knights staring up at a 5-run deficit. So another pitcher in the game for Brockton. This is a right-hander. Is it 37? Chris Sleeper, freshman, West Virginia University.
Oh, not the kind of name you want on a rainy night. The temperature at 60 degrees.
Sleeper. He is bidding for the all-furniture team, I guess. Is that Sleeper, or is that what you call a comfortable bed? I don't know what the counterpart to that would be, but he is newly into the game, trying to preserve the victory for the Rocks. Big swing and a foul tip into the mitt. Shane McNamara from Londonderry, New Hampshire, 6'4", 205, left-handed batter. Behind in the count here, 1-2 to Chris Sleeper, listed at 6'1", 175. The right-hander throws. Line drive, far down the left field line. It's a long run, and a catch is made in front of the red brick wall. Nicely done.
Silver Knights
deep
cannot
left.
buy themselves a solid extra base hit down the line or off the wall or anything like that. I haven't seen one in a long time from this team.
Jacob Studley goes where no Canseco has gone before. Right up against the red brick wall and left just about. And makes the catch. Allowed out number 1.
That left field area is still a place that I think can be a great spot to watch a game from. Get marketed, get something out there. They've tried. Ooh,
Yep.
That hit him, didn't it? No, I guess not.
No, I guess it
Thought it
didn't.
might have hit him on the wrist. Didn't. Of course, tough to do that.
I'm not 100% sure it did hit him. I think John Meade wants to hit the ball.
John Meade doesn't want. Yeah, John Meade wants to hit the ball. There's no question about it.
Yeah. The DH for the Silver Knights is struck out and flied out, and foul tipped at the plate. 2-1. Not a great 2-0 cookie there by any means to John Meade, member of the 2020 Silver Knights. Batted .345 last season. Looks at a ball outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Let's see if he can get something here in the middle of the zone from Chris Sleeper.
Sure.
Very high and deep to left. Looking up at the track, and it is in front of the wall, caught. What an inning out in left field so far.
They cannot buy an extra base hit.
No.
Meade hits one to the track.
Jacob Studley
A
showing
long
off
way out there. Oh, Studley is
200 feet of range, Tom.
definitely a Studley in left field, isn't
Boy, I mean, that is as far-ranging an inning as you will see from a left fielder, all the way almost to the foul pole.
he? So check out where the bullpen is for the Nashua Silver Knights, where they're all standing right in front of the dugout.
What is that?
It's called "We're Not Sitting on the Bench in the Rain." I guess I don't know.
Yeah, and the umpires have no problem with that?
Yeah, if I'm the umpire, I would.
I would too.
But then again, look at the Rocks bullpen. They're
Yeah.
up. They almost think that,
is
you know
the,
what?
are
I
the-
wonder.
Are the dugouts flooded?
No, well, no, because the Rocks are in their dugout. Right?
Okay, yeah, I know the Silver Knights are not, though. I doubt they're flooded. They're just outside the dugouts.
The bullpens.
Yeah,
they're
the
all
bullpens.
standing. You
Yeah.
know why? I'll tell you why. There must be an agreement to call this game after 7.
Okay. I think you're on to something there,
Yep.
Tom.
That's
So we're looking possibly at the last out of the game.
We're probably
here.
looking at the last out of the game. They are
Okay.
going to call this game after 7.
That's it. Boy, you're like a detective, you know? The clues are there.
Oh, they're all
What's it?
there.
2-1 pitch.
Why else
fouled off to
would the bullpen be so close to the dugout right now? In the Rocks.
Of course, you're going to object, right? Because it's not real baseball, but it's no 9.
I mean, I think they ought to play 9 if they can play. But if the weather's bad, I'd rather.
I'm kind of kidding.
I know. I'd rather see them play 9. I mean,
oh yeah,
but
yeah, that's right.
I mean, just from a purist point of view, but from what we do,
practical.
from a practical point of view, by all means, call it.
So let's see. This one goes to Jacob Studley and left as
that
well.
That had to be the discussion.
Strike 3
Strike
called.
3 called.
Game over. Let's see.
Let's see.
I believe it is.
I believe that is it for the game, folks. 6-1 final.
So Cal Hannon goes down, and that is it for the Silver Knights tonight. A 6-1 final after 7 rain-soaked innings of play.
Some of the players didn't get the memo. See, look at.
Yeah. A rough outing for the Silver Knights. It was all about that 6th inning, Tom, when they gave up 5 unearned runs.
Yes, it was.
And we will say thank you for watching Pemmy Baker TV, Chester Pack TV, and, of course, our Nashua TV, loyal viewers. The Brockton Rocks take it 6-1.
All right, John Collins, we'll see you on the 30th.
Around the bend.
Yep.
All right, Tom King. And thanks to our camera crew, Jim McLean and Tyler Thompson, and executive producer Pete Johnson. I'm John Collins saying good night from Holman Stadium, everybody.